is now.
Oh God, I have a different copyright-free playlist today.
Oh yeah, it sounds a little
different.
different. Yeah,
Yeah, it sounds a little more upbeat.
sounds very anime-like.
All right, so we are live.
We are live. Okay, let me go get the link. Put that in the post for the website. Excuse me. Well, folks, if you are hearing us live on YouTube and or Facebook and or Twitter, we will begin in a moment.
I'll be right back.
Take your time. And as usual, we are given our food almost 3 minutes cook-off time for YouTube to figure out that we're streaming and go ahead and spin that up and start streaming, because what's happened in the past is we start recording and we just launch right into the show, and then later on when we go to see our content, we're missing the first 90 seconds of the stream. So that has taught us to fiddle around for a minute until all the YouTubes make connections with the tubes, in the tubes, because the internet is a series of tubes. According to YouTube, we are live now. If you're just joining us on Facebook, I see we have a couple of viewers on YouTube even. We'll go ahead and start the regular show in just a moment. And remember to not forget. I don't know what you're
Definitely don't forget.
Yeah, I kind of remember I forgot.
All right, so
we are live on YouTube.
Sweet. Remember to I guess we should do introductions first. I was going to jump into Patreon first. But I'll backtrack a little bit. My name is Rob. I'm your host and comrade. You are listening to the weekly current event stream from For We Are Many podcast.
My name is Dean, and I am grateful to be here. Thanks to Rob's good countenance, favor, and leadership, we are here to bring you whatever we can. We will make your day better or worse.
Hopefully better. Even just a little bit. Even if we just make you laugh at a joke.
That's it. That's my goal. That's my hope.
So
shoot with the bad and bring you back with the good.
Yeah, exactly. So if you haven't yet, you can check us out on Patreon. That's patreon.com/forwearemany. We can't do this without you and without your support. So we're always going to plug that at the start of the show. You got anything, Dean?
No, we're just about, we'll be live on the website. Eventually we'll start streaming from forwearemany.org. I wouldn't say it's exclusively, but we're going to start experimenting with moving the conversation there. In the meantime, once we get all of our streaming things and our various things connected and everything recording and everything presenting the way that it's supposed to, and we're actually podcasting, Then we'll come to the Facebook page and continue the conversation there, which I will be in the comments in one moment. But we are live on the website too.
I am just now plugging my phone in. It's at 4%.
I did the same thing.
There we go. All right, so I also am going to the comments right now.
Now that I've hit the publish button, everything goes out on social media, and now I'm heading to the comments myself.
All right, James and Natalie are already there. Hello. I'm super glad to see you both.
Yep. Loyal, faithful, watchful.
So I guess now's a good time to point out that our first movie watch along is going to be Thursday. Actually, Dean, I need to talk to you about that. Probably not on the air, but I'm not going to be able to physically attend it like I had anticipated.
You mean, oh yeah, you might not be able to be on the show?
Yeah, so what I can do...
We could pre-record.
That's what I was going to say. If there's any way that we can pre-record...
Yeah.
Then that's an option. But
yeah, we could pre-record. Wednesday's my son's 13th birthday, my youngest son. So that's probably out. But we could pre-record tomorrow night.
It'll have to be late for me to make it, but...
Yeah, like what time?
Probably 10-ish.
10 or after? Time. Yeah, that'll work. I can do that.
Okay. Yeah. We'll talk more about that off the air, though. Anyway,
no, I don't mind. I think let's show them how the sausage is made. I feel like it's not disinteresting. I mean, it's not uninteresting. I think these people like to hear how we do it. I mean, maybe they'll figure out that it's not tough and they can do it too.
That's very fair, honestly. So I guess while we're on this topic, I just want to say that I have taken the liberty of pre-watching it because I've been told by multiple people it's a really good movie. And it is. I had the joy of pre-watching it. I'm really excited for this event. That's why I was kind of upset. I think I'm getting a 3-day weekend next weekend, though. So...
that's Easter, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you should be off. Oh, yeah. So you might have Friday off, huh?
Well, no, it won't be Friday, but it'll be Sunday, Monday, Tuesday instead of Monday and Thursday. Leanne asked what the movie is about. That's a fair question. The Chicago 7 were 7 different people from 3 different groups that were arrested after an anti-war protest turned into a riot. The police responded with brutal force, of course, as you would expect. And the court tried to make examples out of them, but ultimately I would say it backfired. I don't want to give away too much to the movie, but...
In case you haven't seen it, I mean, the real life events are there, and you know, those are known. But this is Aaron Sorkin, right? This is the Aaron Sorkin edition, the Netflix version.
The Netflix version, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I will.
Check out this shirt, though.
Oh yeah, yeah. That is that's the movie. Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah. Ironically, I've seen this, but I'm ready to stream it again.
Yeah. I mean, it's a really solid story, and it actually happened. Of course, you know, we didn't have 7 million video cameras in every fucking courtroom of every major trial in the 60s, but I don't know. I think it's going to be interesting to maybe compare how the judge acted towards these activists. And Bobby Seale, who was the 8th member of the Chicago 7, he shouldn't have even been there. They put him there to intimidate the jury.
Correct.
So Bobby Seale was the 8th member of the Chicago 7. Where was I going with this? I don't know. I feel like I had something smart to say, but it's
You're
gone.
going wherever you damn well feel like going.
Fair.
Yeah, and I think it's good. I
Oh
thought it was
yeah,
good.
I remember. I was gonna say we can kind of like compare how the judge acted towards these activists compared to how the judge acts towards Derek Chauvin, who actually literally killed a man.
And we watched that happen over and over, which we'll I'm sure discuss later on in the show. But in the meantime, I do want to kind of give the folks listening now and in future kind of a heads up as to how this will go. Right? We'll screen the movie and we'll make commentary, almost like non-functional directors commentary as the movie goes. you know, and you're we'll give you a mark point, and you can load up. If you have a Netflix account, you can load it up on your end. If you don't, um, I would suggest you use a secure browser and Google the Trial of the Chicago 7 streaming online, and you will find a place to watch it if you do not have a Netflix account. Um, but
That's
anyway, you'll watch along
that's
with
good.
us, and you will be able to sync your version of the movie as we watch ours, and as we make commentary, it'll make sense, you know. And in future, we may even queue this up on a watch together platform, or maybe Twitch, or one some other platform where we can all actually watch together and interact all together live. For this version of it, I think what we're doing is smarter. For,
Yeah, I think in the future it'd be really cool to have a Zoom call with fucking 30 people in it,
it would
watching the
be
movie together.
it
But
would be it would be. I know that Zoom is pretty good with the audio part. It's the video part that it stutters. It's better if you're able to watch on your own internet connection than have us in your ear. Um, and then you can watch what we're watching as we see it, and then the comments will be there in context. So that's how that
um,
works. We'll see how it plays out, and if we all have fun.
so Natalie said, "I'm excited to watch it. I shared it to some groups, and I read a few comments saying there was a few saying it's not very factual. Anyone know the stats on that?"
Yeah,
Now
I do.
I haven't looked up the very specific things that I've read that are not completely factual. I'm sure they took some artistic liberty with it. I mean, come on, you have to. It's fucking Hollywood, or well, it's Netflix, but you get my point. However, there are quite a few facts in it, such as the attorney in the case getting 24 counts of contempt of court. Um, Other than that, I don't know the specific breakdown, but it is based on events that actually happened. They actually have footage from the events of 1968, it through the movie as well.
Correct. I think it's a good movie. I think it stands on its own uh, merit for the most part. Yes, there are some factual issues, some pretty bad ones, and I don't want to, discuss too much of the movie before we watch it, because we're going to watch it and then we're going to either rip it to shreds or we're going to praise it. Probably in my
Probably
case, it'll be a little
both.
both. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I would like. I honestly would just focus. I would personally, the way that I got through it, knowing about the story, knowing about those people who they all eventually became, the ones that lived. Um, I just kind of I focused on the merit of the performances or the portrayal of the characters themselves, the people themselves. And I liked whoever played Abby Hoffman was great. Whoever played Tom Hayden was great. So if I keep it to that, if I just let the story tell, let the man, meaning Aaron Sorkin, tell the story as he sees it, it's fine. If I start to match it up with reality, because there's no spoilers. It's a depiction of what actually happened, and any of us can read and study and form opinions about actual past events.
Which ultimately I think was the point of the movie. I mean, okay, so a little bit of perspective. I don't know as much about the initial actions as I should. I would say most of my generation probably doesn't. So for people my age, it's going to be really hard to pick apart fact from truth in that.
It is, right? It is. And
I feel like they had
the
Bobby Seale's character way too held back.
I don't disagree with you. That's pretty much true of all of them, and the whole entire thing. All those generate that entire generation of activists. I mean, from these guys, and then what eventually evolved to be the Weathermen, and the obviously the underlying example that would the Black Panthers led. These people were way more willing to commit to their cause than it's kind of shocking when you take it all in.
Yeah, that was one thing I noticed that like in the intros of the movie, for like Bobby Seale to be in the LA headquarters of the Black Panthers saying, "Oh, I don't need to take a gun. Oh, I'm just going to be there for 4 hours." Sure, he was just going to be there for 4 hours. I doubt he was that chill going into giving a speech in front of who knows how many thousands of people in a park that he's never been to in Chicago, and he knows that the feds are after him. He's not going to be calm in that
I
situation.
Yeah, that's a bit weird. I agree. I agree. And Abby Hoffman was literally a genius anarchist.
Yeah. And I mean, that being said, I'm glad that we have you on the panel for this because, well, no offense, Dean, you're a little bit older. I know that
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
you're pretty well read and you seem to have a lot of insight into these events before we even watch the movie. So I think that's going to be crucial.
Well, I really hope that I don't color the. I don't want to salt the earth. I don't want people to. I don't want to read into anything. I don't want to lead the conversation with my view either. Just because I'm older and I'm a little closer to the actual events. A lot of my youth was shaped by the behavior of these people.
Well, yeah, but I think that's too important to leave out, I guess is what I'm trying to get at.
I don't mind if you don't mind diverting. I don't mind for a second talking about how that affected me personally. And one of the reasons you're talking to me now is because that drive to be involved, to try to instantiate change, to try to help, has never left me. I mean, that's how you and I met
Right.
a decade ago. Part of that
Crazy to
is,
think that was that long ago.
I know, isn't that nuts? Part of a third of your life ago. A part of me still needs and wants to try to make good, to try to help and contribute and try to move the needle. But the bit greater part of me that still is, I identify as a socialist, and I used to write that down. People, when canvassers or petitioners would ask me what party I'm in, I'd say socialist, and they would actually pull away from me. Like, holy shit! I'm not even sure it's legal for me to say that. When it was a really bad thing to say, and it was part of these guys. These guys. We fought against, when I was very young as a teenager. I had an atypical upbringing as a young white teenager, male, and I grew up in an all-black neighborhood, and I had friends and I had neighbors and very close ties to that community, and so I felt like growing up, I had a responsibility to represent. So when, as a part of underground or countercultural scenes around Flint and especially the Detroit and Ann Arbor area, uh, skinheads weren't. Maybe they were skinheads with secret hand signals or secret haircuts. Maybe they're fascists based on who they voted for or how they identify on social media. They were literally Nazis. They wore Nazi uniforms. They had Nazi outfits on, and they tried to kick heads in as Nazis.
Yeah,
We
yeah.
fought them
Actually,
hand to hand, and that was because of the Chicago Seven that I was able to.
so time out. Are you talking about like the early days of the anti-racist alliance, which is today known as the anti-fascist alliance, or was it
even
before that?
even before that, even before that, there was
Wow, Dean, you're old.
I'm 54 on April 4th. My birthday was 4567.
Wow.
Yeah.
So
No, even
you're less than a year younger than my dad.
oh wow. Good. Yeah. And I think you're younger than by far than my oldest. But the uh no, there
Hi
was a there
Emily. Hi Austin.
I am Liam.
Sorry.
Hi Austin. I wish you were here, Austin. Want to see how your beard's progressing. That said, Rob, I do think of you as a pure.
I appreciate that.
Yeah. Yeah.
You're many years my elder, Dean.
Yeah.
No,
But I
but I
do.
mean, in terms of an atypical upbringing, when I was 17, and okay, so like I don't know if you're familiar with my hometown at all. Tawas is 1,200
Tawas, yeah.
people, and
Yep.
it's like 99.2% white when I was a kid. Now
Yep.
it's like 98% white. But anyway, so the point is I moved from Tawas to Flint when I was 17, and talk about culture shock, dude. Holy shit.
That's literally jumping in the cold water. Like that is such
Yeah.
a all encompassing, it touches every part of your life change.
Yeah, and well, and it's not like I moved to like the area around Kettering or something. I moved to fucking. I was living on Minnesota Avenue between or like right off of Welch and Chevrolet.
I know where that is very well.
Yeah, I mean, actually, it's really sad to walk through that neighborhood today or 2 years
There's
ago.
not
The
much
last time
left of
I
it, is
did.
there? Yeah, there's not.
No.
Yeah, there's maybe a one. I'd say one out of hot five or one out of seven houses is left.
Yeah. Yeah, which is really sad because like when I lived there, don't get me wrong, it was really sketchy at times, but like it was an active neighborhood. There was
Yep,
families in every home.
yep, yep. That's when the elementaries were still going. Eisenhower and the high school. Sorry, Northern was still going.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I went there, what, 2 years ago, I think it was, just to kind of see, like what does the neighborhood look like. I was in the area, and I was appalled, man. Honestly, like there was nobody on their porch. There, like literally every yard is overgrown and almost every house is empty. I'm just like, what the fuck happened?
Did you go to Mott Middle?
No, I did not. I
Where'd
I
you go to
got
high school?
well, Tawas, but I got my GED through the
Oh, okay.
Army National Guard.
So you didn't have to actually go to you didn't actually have to go to high school in Flint.
No,
Got it.
nope. I dropped out, moved to Flint. Had a brief stint with the National Guard where I
Yeah.
got my GED, and then I ended up back in Flint just in time for Occupy to start, pretty much.
That's crazy. Yeah, and Occupy I know that we've talked about this, maybe some folks who weren't on this show or haven't heard this from us who've listened to the show. Rob was one of the core members, key members of Occupy Flint, which held an occupation longer than any other city in the United States and without incident in the most dangerous city in the country. And in some cases, statistically, one of the most dangerous cities in the world.
Yeah, yeah, and that's the crazy part about it is, I mean, we had a couple issues, with like drug addicts trying to like do stupid shit, but
No
that's why
different than the rest of Flint.
right, and that's the whole thing is like the cops never had to come to the camp because of shit we were doing. In fact, they never had to come to the camp at all. When they did show up, we asked them politely to leave. Um, but
And I think that they would drive by and do wellness just to see, if everything was cool or not. And I think they talk to people as individuals. What, you guys up there? Yep. Everything okay? Yep. Everything's fine. And then they were fine because honestly, we were not bringing anything down or causing any problems. In fact, on the contrary, as I like to say always, we raised thousands of dollars. We sent dozens of people out to collect petitions to demonstrate, and we fundraised almost 5,000 pounds of food that was donated to local charities.
Yeah. Yeah.
So we left the pile, in my opinion, higher than we found it. We left the lot in a better shape than we found it.
Leanne said, "Don't forget about Revolution Che Puppy. That is my dog that is snoozing on the floor behind me."
That's the best and longest lasting legacy.
She said he's a key member too. Damn right he is. Whenever like the cops or the media or anybody would ask who our leader was, because they still can't concept the idea of a leaderless movement, we would always say Revolution Che Puppy, and they'd be like writing hilarious. It down. I remember
it down. Oh my God.
I remember one time Emmett was talking to a cop. It was when we got arrested. It was at the Flint jail.
Yeah, it was downtown. That wasn't even at the camp.
Yeah, yep. That wasn't even at the camp. We got arrested at a protest. Maybe one day we'll tell that story. It's not that relevant. But we were in the booking area at the Flint jail, and they kept asking us for our names, and basically we told us, like, well, when we get our attorney, you'll get your names. They didn't like that. But they kept asking who the leader of the occupation was. And Emmett's like, okay, dude, you got me. I'll tell you. And then he's like, Revolution, and the dude's writing it down in his notepad. Revolution Che Puppy. And the dude just stops and looks at him like, are you fucking with me right now? And he's just like, no, dude, seriously. He's got 4 legs and fur, but he's our leader.
We decided to appoint him the eternal gourd keeper.
I still think that he's down to eat the rich.
I agree. Yep, I agree. Yeah, if you hear me making jokes about I have the gourd or the gourd, at one point we took a cue from Ducati Park. They would, in a very procedural way, they had a talking stick, and those, if you had the stick, it was your turn to talk. If you didn't have the stick, you keep your mouth shut. So we couldn't find it. The only thing we could find was I had not even shitting you, man. I had a Halloween. It was either coming or it had happened.
It was coming, yeah.
I had a gourd in a cabinet, and I grabbed it, and that became the thing we held. If we had the floor to speak, oh, it's so funny. If there's certain people that if you say talking gourd, they'll just start laughing.
Trisha's probably one of them. She'll be joining us late today.
Yeah.
Yeah. Man, I miss like the first half of the occupation.
Did you? I thought for some reason I had it in my mind I do remember you coming on when it was super cold.
I came in the first time was the end of the first week. And then I came back 2 days later and never left.
Yeah, and you stayed through the worst months. You built up and built out. Bear in mind, folks, these folks build their own sustainable sanitation teams, their power teams. We at one point we were 100% solar powered with battery backups to store power to have power during the nighttime.
Well, shit. If you want to get a little bit more detailed than that, we Leanne said Rev never bit a man that didn't need biting. Exactly. He's down to eat the rich. No. Anyway, I'm kidding. Anyway, that just got me
nobody,
so off topic.
Period. Yep. Never bit anybody, period. And I like your shirt, by the way.
Oh, thanks. We had a rolling solar array with batteries on it that we fucking into the protest to charge cell phones and laptops.
Yo, that was Charles and an older guy that I sent into camp who was a mad genius. They kind of designed that on the fly, and then was it Charles? Wasn't that his name?
Yeah, Reverend Charles.
Yeah, he basically refined it down to the point where we could almost productize it. We had the main Occupy, what was it? Occupy some. Oh man, from Ducati Park, the guys that were in charge of the tech team, we gave them our designs, how we created it, and they duplicated it.
Yeah. Yeah. And then of course Jay came in.
That's right. Yep.
And him and Bob came in about the same time, as I recall. That was right close to the beginning too. Jay might have been there before me, actually.
Jay was and Bob was too. Marsha and Bob?
Yeah, Marsha and Bob were there fucking day
Day
one,
one.
weren't they? Yeah.
Minus day one when we first met at the Venus in Grand Blanc. The very first meeting they were at. Yep.
Johnny said I was at Zuccotti Park. What was it? A decade ago? Yeah, that's what we're talking about, man.
Zuccotti Park. Yeah.
We're kind of reliving our Occupy days. But I mean, Bob, honestly, you're talking about how we designed and built this fucking fortress in the middle of Flint, but really it was Jay and Bob that designed it. We all put some work into making it happen, but Jay and Bob were the geniuses with the fucking the plan.
I had never seen anybody do the things they were doing. I didn't know that you could build walls out of literal bales of straw and they would be insulatory and highly functional as shelter.
Right. Yeah.
I had no idea. I mean, they taught me a lot, and I've been around the block. Bob and I were about the same age. Yeah.
Johnny said there was really good music, and the late Kevin Zeese was there too. What a great man he was. I wish I could have went to Zuccotti Park, honestly.
I didn't go either, but I talked to him, but I didn't go.
I watched a lot of live streams. I watched a lot of live streams out of Oakland too. I remember they busted up the encampment, and the next night Black Bloc came back, and they had shields, and
that happened in Detroit too.
Yeah. I mean, it happened for weeks in Oakland, though.
Yep, night after night, they'd get swept out, burn out, thrown out, beat up.
And then be right back at it the next day like nothing ever happened. What's the word I'm looking for? The perseverance was incredible.
Tenacity.
That is the word I was looking for, tenacity.
So that's how, I came up, they shaped my perception, like what to accept and what not to accept, what to question and what not to question, which is why if you come about wondering about these processes, wondering about these procedures, these laws, these leaders, you start to drift into not away from socialism, but I started to drift into a libertarian mindset.
Same. I left Occupy as a libertarian.
We were very libertarian heavy at that point.
Well, yeah.
I think there was at some point probably Charles was flying a Gadsden flag. Maybe it was you. Right.
No. The Gadsden flag that the General Assembly tried to ban was Jay's, and Jay was just
it was Jay's. Yeah.
Yeah, because that was a whole ass drama fest that night because somebody brought that up and Jay heard it. He wasn't even in the GA. He didn't care about the politics part of it. He just wanted to be there to speak his mind, pretty much.
Yeah, and be included. Right. I know.
Johnny, yes, our organization does generally agree with the Second Bill of Rights. It should have been passed in the 40s when it was brought up. And no, I am not a right-wing libertarian anymore.
Well, that's just it, right? That's one of the reasons I think that people take exception to that notion is because you do get, instead of Zuccotti Park, instead of the enablement of the powerless, you get Ammon Bundy and people like that in their minds. And it has become a container for neo-fascists.
Natalie got to this comment before I did because I skipped ahead of it because it was on topic. But Johnny asked, when will I get the chance to elaborate on my strategy for revolution on your podcast? Natalie told him to reach out to us directly. You can message the page. You can email us. Comments probably aren't the best option, but let's get you on soon. We talked about this before, and then I haven't seen you in a while. I don't know if we just didn't match up on schedules or what, but let's figure it out, dude. What were you saying, Dean? I'm sorry.
Oh, I was just continuing with the notion of what shaped my I would guess resistance brain, and the Chicago 7 had a great deal to do with that. To stand up against racism, to stand up against corporate malfeasance, to stand up against war.
Especially to stand up against war. The funny thing is that was so far from what Occupy was, but talking to, I don't remember his name. Remember his name? The old man with the stickers, the guy that was out through the entire Iraq War on the corner of Miller.
Oh yeah, he stayed the longest. He stayed in that triangle for years. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I wasn't. It's not that I was like not opposed to war. I was generally opposed to violence, but
yes,
I didn't understand how our system was as imperial as it is until I had some conversations with him, and he really broke down for me how unjust these wars were. And at that point, we had been in Afghanistan for less than 10 years. We're going on 20 years now.
Yeah, with no end in sight, unfortunately. But yeah, Nazis, skinheads, open racists, white supremacists they operated more out in the open than they have from, I'd say, I think a turning point was honestly the Oklahoma City bombing. That put people under the rocks again. Trump kicked the rock off of them, and they came out into the sunlight again. But before that, there was a federation of really violent people, and they took the name of the city and added SH. So in Detroit, you got the Detroit area skinheads, Dash. In Chicago, you got the Chicago area skinheads, Cash, and so on and so forth, all across the country. These guys were famous for showing up to shows, music shows, and just basically trying to kill people. And
if I'm not mistaken, that's where the Anti-Racist Alliance was born.
That's where it was formed. Correct.
Chicago and Detroit.
Correct. Yeah, that's right.
I had, well, I guess it wasn't that recent now, but I listened to the Rev Left episode, the Rev Left Radio episode about the Anti-Racist Alliance and anti-racist action. And this dude pretty much told the same story you did. There was all these skinheads that were going to shows. They were literally going to shows to, to
hurt people,
minorities,
hopefully kill people, and kill people, and, white people that they felt were allies against them. Most importantly.
Yep.
If you didn't hold their line, then you were as bad as any person of color or Jewish person or whatever, and they literally tried to kill people.
Yeah, and the Anti-Racist Alliance rose up and started going to shows in bigger numbers, and putting the boots to them. And weird, they went into hiding.
Yes, they did. They were driven back, and they stayed in hiding until Trump let them out. Told them that they were beautiful people and how much he loved them.
And how the Capitol Police were on their side.
And told them to stand by. And the Capitol Police were on their side. That's correct.
Johnny said, I recently watched a YouTube video by a former Senator, Dick Black. The name of the video is The Truth About the Syrian Crisis. It's like General Smedley Butler came back from the dead and spoke again. Really good stuff. If you can drop a link for that, Johnny, into the comments, I'd like to check
I'd like to check that out too. I'm going to go off camera for a sec while I let the dog out.
That's fine. I'm going to
jump in. But you'll be able to hear me.
That's fine. I'm going to jump into women's rights.
Oh yeah, Trish was in the chat room in our chat. I think she's going to try and dial in if you wanted to rearrange things. I don't know.
Austin said he made hate popular again. I believe he's talking about Trump, and I 100% agree.
I don't think Austin made hate popular again, but the story's not not left, not told incomplete either.
Oh, geez. So, speaking of Trisha, I wonder when she's coming in.
She said she was going to dial in, so hopefully she comes. Maybe can we do something else and maybe give her shot?
I mean, that's fine by me. Yeah, I don't really want to take her section again.
Yeah.
All right. So, mutual aid. I don't have a whole lot to add to say about mutual aid today, but there was a story that I felt was related, and maybe it's not exactly mutual aid, I guess is what I'm getting at, but it's still, things like this shouldn't need somebody else to put them together. People should just be willing to do things like this. An organization in downtown Phoenix is working to connect homeless people with their stimulus checks. So basically, the reason that's necessary, hey Dean, Johnny put that link in the chat if you can grab it so I don't lose it.
No problem.
Anyway, so what this comes down to is that if you don't have any income, then you don't file taxes, and if you don't file taxes, you don't get a stimulus check. A lot of people that are homeless also don't have bank accounts. They don't have a place to call home, so it's basically impossible to get that money. But Human Services Campus is a nonprofit organization, and it's not the only one. It's one of several similar organizations housed between downtown and the state capitol, where many people are living on the street. Each plays a role in helping these people with their daily needs. For 15 years, Human Services Campus has offered them an address. It's a partnership with the United States Postal Service, and there is a mailroom where people with no home can receive important documents. Think about it like a P.O. box, without the box, without the key.
That's funny.
And without the fee, I guess is what I'm getting at. We believe, this is a quote, we believe it's the only one exactly like this in the United States, says the executive director, Amy Schwabenlender. There we go. Social Security, unemployment, and health insurance correspondence are commonly picked up by people who signed up to get a picture ID. So obviously they do have to show ID to pick up their mail there, but they get assistance getting their ID. The mailroom can be used as an address on applications for housing, applications for jobs. And in the past year, the address has been used for stimulus checks, hundreds of them being picked up there. I forgot to put it in the notes, and I don't feel like opening the article, but they're working with an organization, with a tax company. I forget if it was Liberty Tax or whatever, to, connect these houseless people with the ability to file a tax return or file even for the stimulus checks themselves. So I want that to be so normal that it doesn't need to be news.
Agreed. Yep. Be nice.
That's pretty much all I have for mutual aid. I am going to take a second to plug what I'm currently doing, as I always do. It was originally going to be a community garden in a park, but I've already butted heads with the city about using the park. For my park cleanup, they left me a voicemail that I got after my park cleanup saying that, this event hasn't been approved by the city. To avoid a fine, don't do this event. Well, I mean, they let me know so last minute that I found out after the event, and I'm still going to continue to do it anyway. However, if the situation's like that, I don't feel comfortable leaving a bunch of food there. Not because I'm afraid of what the people will do to it, but because I don't want the city workers to throw my fucking vertical gardens in the back of their truck and take it to the dump. That being said, I'm trying to figure out how I'm going to distribute the food that I'm growing in my own yard to people who need it. So if anybody that's listening has any ideas for that, or if anybody that's listening lives in the Phoenix area, then hit me up and let's do something.
God bless you. I wish I had time. Wish I wasn't so lazy.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I didn't realize how much time I had until I started just doing shit.
Yeah, that's kind of profound, actually.
I mean, don't get me wrong, I still don't have enough time, but I managed to find quite a bit of time. um, Obviously, this last 2 weeks has been a little bit different because I fucking broke my nose and then I dropped a knife on my toe, but here I am.
You're more the better looking.
Oh, wow. Thanks, Dean.
Gives character.
So, Dean, we're going into your segment now.
Where are we at? Oh my God. All right. No problem. No problem.
I just want to take a second before we actually dive into COVID while you're pulling that up. Natalie said in the comments, I want it to be so normal that we no longer have homeless people in the richest country in the world. I couldn't agree more.
Yeah, I couldn't. I don't. That's absolutely true. It's absolutely true. Well, guys, as if you were with me and a couple weeks ago, I made some pretty forward-looking statements about where we were headed, where I felt we were headed, and what we could do to maybe not go there, or perhaps if we can't stop the bus, we can at least buckle our individual seatbelts as best we can. So I hope you've buckled your individual seatbelts because the bus is heading directly for the guardrails as predicted. It is too early for me to say, haha, I told you so. I probably won't do that at all. However, having said that, I will report that despite the fact that we are delivering vaccine at a greater and greater rate, it has become more than obvious that in some places of the country there is no vaccinations available. There's no appointments to become vaccinated available. And in some parts of the country, there's literally a surplus, and they're taking anybody all the way down to 16, sometimes on a walk-in basis.
We're doing down to 16 here, but we are definitely not on a walk-in basis yet in Arizona.
Where we stand with the vaccination administration is we've delivered at least 97 million first-time doses and 52 million second doses. So we can say that 52 million Americans are vaccinated in full, even if their waiting period is not cooked off. There is a period of time depending on the flavor of the vaccine.
Yeah, I was gonna say for the Pfizer, they told me at my first dose that after the second dose, it's about 14 days till you're fully vaccinated.
And that seems to be it's a little bit longer for the J&J, but the J&J is a rare case. I'm not sure that any more than 250,000 of J&J doses have been available. We can, for a moment, we'll talk about those rates of protective, or those the protecting rates that are published. We'll come back to that in a minute. But we are seeing, I am seeing sharp upswings. If I look at the map, and I will actually share my screen. If I look at the map, this is my dashboard personally. We do have our own stats, but I come to this one because I feel like it lends a bit of objectivity. If we're not eating our own lunch and drinking our own Kool-Aid, we don't become an echo chamber for ourselves. I feel like it's important to show data, especially as important as this, somewhat objectively. If I use someone else's data, even though we do collect our own, The dashboard that we have at the website for wearemany.org is really meant to be just a daily dashboard. You can just look at and see what happened today or what happened yesterday, etc. But as you can see, and if you've followed me when I share this screen, we are, I would say now we're 2/3 in an increased capacity. Arizona's starting to slip very slightly, but cases are up overall. And these are
Well,
aggregates over the
it's
state.
been less than a week since we fully reopened, and we are in the process of phasing out our mask mandates that have been put in place by localities.
I would expect you to turn from green. See, Texas has turned white, which means a marginal increase. You'll start like some of these states, and Michigan is on fire right now. We're hitting
What
5,000 a
is
day.
going on in fucking North Dakota?
Beats me.
I mean, look at it though.
Whoops.
It's red.
Beats me. 99%
90,
increase.
yeah, holy shit, you guys.
Michigan was the reddest one last week. We've dropped a bit, but our run rate has been pretty high. Well, by the way, I'll drop this website into the comments because I like this one because it gives you the opportunity. We're going to drill down on Arizona. Gives you the opportunity to drill down per state. So I've clicked on Arizona and noticed that it's added AZ. It edits the map, and then it shows me exactly where what's hot and where. And these are more remote areas. I'm not seeing 7 new cases puts it in red.
Well, yeah, well,
That's not a whole lot.
but let's point out that Navajo County is the reservation.
Correct. This is both of these are largely reservation held counties, right?
And they've been red damn near the whole time.
Right. That's what I was gonna suggest. If I come to where most people are,
either Pima or Maricopa by far is the largest population wise. It's in the middle.
Oh, that one's Maricopa. Or no, this one.
That's Pinal.
Oh,
there
here
you go. There you go. There you go.
Yeah. So there's an increase. I mean, it's not pretty. Let's click into Maricopa County now that you're here. And if I scroll up now, I can look at the individual. I can look up at the individual. You can drill right in on present time, right? This 29th. So it's looking good. Honestly, in Maricopa County, I'm pleased. I'm pleased. That's a lot of people in that county, folks, and they're still hitting 300 a day, but it could be a hell of a lot worse. Bear in mind
it has been a hell of a lot worse.
You guys were hitting 5,000-6,000 a day. But here, I'd like to also point out, you still got folks dying.
Yep.
Every day. You still got folks dying, and your day's not done there. So, still got 6 hours of daylight left. 7 anyway, or 5 anyway. So, this will keep you. This enables you to drill into things that are very difficult to find other places, and then you can just clear these out if you wanted to go back to the US. And they've started to add countries, but this is my dashboard. I mean, this is my go-to when I want to see where I live. I live in Shiawassee County, Michigan, and man, we're bad. I mean, it's getting bad. It's an increasingly bad. I see this sharp uptick.
Well, I mean, actually, I'd like to point out on a more statewide basis, like all the area in Northeast Lower Michigan where there are no hospitals are all in red, and that's really not good.
That is correct. They are. And the western side of the state as well.
Like Presqu'île, Alcona County. Oh, geez, Dean. Alcona County, east. I'm talking about like
down here.
I was talking about northeast. There's no hospital between the Straits of Mackinac and Alpena.
That's correct.
And then there's none between Alpena and Tawas.
Look at Oscoda County, 136% increase, 7 day in. That's a 7-day average, right? So, and you may say, well, they only got 26 cases. That's nothing. Honestly, you'd be able to tell me off the top of your head, but if I dig into Oscoda County's population, I'd be surprised if it was more than 15,000.
Well, I mean, Iosco County, which is it's one over and one down from Oscoda to the right and down. Yeah. So Iosco County has 40 new cases, 40 new
Yes,
cases in the last 7 days. To
yes.
put that in perspective, the population of Iosco County, last I knew, which was at the 2010 census, was like 22,000 people.
Wow.
Like, that's 40 is a lot for 7 days. I'm just saying.
Well, let's drill into Iosco. Actually, now that we're here, let's have a look and see what they're doing. Yeah, they're not doing good. Not doing good at all. It's looking pretty bad there, in fact.
Their hospital is considered a rural medical care station. It's not considered a hospital. And they've been at 100% more than once through this crisis.
Well, I imagine they're going to hit it this week too,
Oof.
because they've had more cases yesterday. They've had 2/3 as much cases as they've had in the worst days of the second wave. So 26 new
Wow.
cases in one day. That means people aren't doing the things that they're supposed to do. That means they're doing, as you
No.
said, things are opening up, the masks are coming off, the sun's out. People are led to believe that this is over. The vaccine is among us. Hell, it's over, right? It's over.
Johnny said I'm conflicted about the vaccine, and I just want to say that, like, I understand not trusting our medical system, but I do see what we're in, and the risks are a lot lower with the vaccine, in my opinion, than they are with COVID itself.
Let's talk about that for a moment. First, I wanted to talk about the efficacy. So, your normal seasonal flu vaccine varies. We've talked about this, Rob. You
Yeah.
actually know more about this than I do. But the average seasonal flu vaccine, the rate of effectiveness varies from year to year. Some year it can be as low as 18 to 20%. Some year maybe it's 70, right? So for us to have a 75 or 76% effective vaccine as the least effective vaccine is kind of nothing short of a miracle. We're talking about anywhere from 94 to 96% effectiveness with the both two shot doses. That
Time out. I don't mean to, like, derail us or anything, but am I seeing shit in the comments? Is somebody really trying to fucking sell us a loan at 2% interest right
Oh, I
now?
don't know. Let's go see about that. Is it? Can we have a loan at 2% interest? Because I'm interested. Who said that? Oh, look at that. Do you need a loan? I need a loan.
What is happening right now?
Snara, thank you for your comment. Um, if that's you, there's Snara's baby. There's some more Snara. There's Snara and maybe a lady with a very floral jacket on. Kind of jealous of that. If I had that, I'd wear the fuck out of it. Look at
I believe that you would.
that. Oh, wait, I gotta look at this cute baby. Yeah, look at that. Look at that peanut. That's hilarious. And there's grandma, and maybe she's in
Time out. What
Azerbaijan.
is
Maybe
what
she's
is
in.
Panquake? Johnny's asking me about Panquake, and I don't know what Panquake is. Should I Google it, or am I going to be angry?
I'll Google it right now. I've got the screen. What the hell?
It's a curation tool.
Oh. Oh, cool.
We could probably look into this.
Yeah, we'll look into it. Yeah, we'll look into it.
This project is dedicated to ethical, free, and open source software. I'm down with that. Advertising free, sorry. Short messaging, custom blockchain, transparent moderation.
So is it a platform? What is it? It seems like it'd be easier to find easier to
I just
find.
clicked on the website. Yeah.
We'll dig into it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really have time to read the whole site right now to find out more about it, but I'm interested regardless.
Julian Assange mother, I'm out. Sorry, bro. Don't
Really?
like that. No, I do not like Julian Assange. I do not. I do not. I'm no fan. That's something I'm more than willing to break down on another show, but I'm not a fan of Julian Assange at all.
I mean, I think that he provided an important platform for whistleblowers, but
He
other than that,
presided over a platform that other people provided,
okay, yes, that's accurate.
and he
I think I'm getting what you're
yeah.
putting there.
We can. I would like to talk about it. I would. I would like to share my experience personally with the rise and fall of Anonymous and Julian Assange's and Chelsea Manning's involvement, my own personal involvement. I'm willing to speak publicly about my involvement, what I saw, what I witnessed.
We'll put that in the parking lot episode, Steen. You are the keeper of the list.
So
Would
we
that be a
left off
secretary? I'm sorry.
Sergeant at Arms. No, that's Don. He's the sergeant with arms.
James commented, "Is your car warranty expired? Call us today for your free quote and ask us about your student loans."
I meant to bring up that, with For We Are Many, you can have the strongest, longest lasting empathy and desire to bring mutual aid with no embarrassing visits to the doctor. You just consult with one of our caring professionals discreetly, and don't forget to use For We Are Many at checkout, the coupon code at checkout for a discount. So all in all, and I also use obviously I think a lot of folks have gone to World Ew Meter and used the statistics that are available there, and these are more global in nature.
Yeah. I mean, I've used World Meters quite a bit, especially early in the pandemic. That was the first good resource I
It really
found, and I
was.
stuck with it for
Yeah,
quite a while.
it really was. And it was those were scary days to watch those numbers go like that. We went from, and I said this, a couple of weeks ago. By the time it was February 24th, somewhere between the 14th and the 24th in that 10-day period, we went from single digit to triple digit cases. At that point, it was already too late to do anything. Our fate was sealed, and we continued to deal with this. I think we will continue to deal with this for the rest of our natural lives.
I tend to agree. I'm hoping the vaccine gives us a bit of an upper hand on that, but
Well, like I said, if I go back to 1.3 acres, which was built by Chinese Americans, it was meant to be a cultural resource for Chinese Americans. And we can get into where I have a feeling we're going to get into race relations with Asians and later on in the show. But
there's almost no way we can avoid it. And I don't want to avoid it. We need to talk about these things.
we
But
do need to talk about these things. But they built
holy
this site.
shit.
At this point, if in 2 weeks we will still not have hit 25% of our population. In fact, up to 60% of our most vulnerable, meaning the elderly over 60 and people with comorbidities, are still not vaccinated. We have
Wow.
first responders out there that are, I bet folks who are listening to my voice now and in future know people who are either frontline healthcare workers who want a vaccine and cannot get it, or it just isn't available to them. So the bus is rolling, folks. It's heading for the guardrails. It's going to break through the guardrails. Get your seatbelt on. You might survive. If you want to discuss uh, the vaccine or its efficacy or if its worthiness or if it's safety, I am more than happy to discuss that with you on a one-on-one basis. If you find me, you see me in the comments, reach out to me personally. I'll discuss it with you. It's something I don't want to break down on the open show, but I will say this. The science overwhelmingly proves that you were better off to get it. It doesn't matter which version, just get one. Now is not the time to start to apply individual feelings, notions, and concerns over that of common science. If I'm wrong, I'll be the first to admit it. But I'd rather tell you now what I think the best thing to do is than wait till it's too late and wish that I told you the best thing that you can do for yourself personally. Buckle your seatbelt.
Yeah. Yeah.
Considering the amount of chemicals, the amount of toxins, the amount of risky things that we put into our systems, I think we can handle a few micrograms of an antivirus mechanism.
I mean, I'm not a huge fan of shots or our medical industry or, well, I mean, really anything that we're talking about right now. However, I understand the science behind vaccines. And I mean, like, I was vaccinated as a child. My whole generation almost was. And it wasn't a huge issue. I don't understand why it's such a hot button issue. I do understand not trusting the FDA and being skeptical when they push things through very quickly, but the science behind this vaccine has been being tested for a very long time as more of a broad spectrum coronavirus vaccine, and aka the common cold. They were able to speed
That is
this
correct.
along
That is
because it was
correct.
already in motion. They didn't just make this out of nowhere in 18 months, guys.
One of the things that is noteworthy, it's important to note that as these strains, and I promise for the next segment, when we have this segment, and I'll stop sharing. I forgot I was sharing. When we have this segment next time, I'll have variant maps where it will show you where the European strain is that's clobbering Europe right now, where the Brazilian strain is that's driving Brazil through the wall. Not just cases, but deaths too. Not just the old, but children. What's coming up from Europe, what's coming up from South America, what's coming over from Europe right now, it has a great affects children and to a greater degree. I'm not trying to scare anybody. I'm not trying to make anybody feel bad about anything. I'm just trying to tell you, we're far from out of the woods. It's not over. I'm sorry to say it's not over. I don't see it being over to any great degree until I predicted the end of 2022. I'm kind of sticking with that.
Man. I don't like it when you put a date to it, Dean. That's too far away.
I think that's optimistic.
I do too, honestly. I'm just trying to be funny.
No, I don't like it either. You know, it sucks. Are we going to be shivering in like Trump likes to say, are we going to be shivering alone in the basement? No, we won't. We'll have vaccination available to us. We'll have some protection. We'll still have to take precautions. And there still is a chance that for a very, very small, and I'm talking about 0.02% of the population who cannot receive the vaccination due to whatever reasons medical that are serious. Usually it's some acute toxology with their system and the way that they react to the carriers of the vaccine, the filler, in other words, the vaccine contains. There are going to be some of us that simply can't get it. For the rest of us, we should be able to get it, and we should be able to again gather. That means you'll be able to, with the vaccinated people, you'll be able to gather without your masks. You'll be able to gather and have contact with people, whom you haven't had contact with for well over a year now, in some of your cases. And if you have had contact with them, you're fucking up. I have no way to put it any more plainly than unless you know where somebody's been, and if they've been as careful as you are making a mistake, and you are taking your own health and well-being, and you're putting it at risk. So get your vaccines. And if you can't or refuse or abjectly will not, that's fine. Then stay home by yourself and away from human beings, because the virus is transported airborne from human beings to human beings. And I'm afraid that your immunity due to exposure, or you're having contracted COVID, you're still not. A lot of folks are thinking, well, I've had COVID, I don't need the vaccine. You're not. You still have a 70% chance of reinfection in aggregate, and there has been multiple cases of reinfection. So far, we have not seen a reinfection with a vaccinated person anywhere in the world. So that's COVID.
All right. Well, I guess that'll probably about wrap up COVID, right?
Yeah, man. I know I always bring the temperature of the room down when I do these, but it's frigid out there. There's a blizzard, and we're all in our underwear.
I don't disagree. I don't disagree at all. So, into a little more positivity, I guess. Sustainability. Today, specifically, I want to talk about hemp. Imagine that.
Outstanding.
Hemp is already being used in walls and insulation, and it's already becoming a game changer in the construction industry. Obviously, the problem is that it's not readily available yet. It takes a long time to cure, so they can't just not use concrete anymore yet. But I guess let's get into it. Hempcrete is a material that's mixed with a lime-based binder that hardens into solid blocks or panels, or you can form it into however you want it, pretty much, just like concrete.
Hey, isn't somebody experimenting with 3D printing that same exact compound?
I would not be surprised, actually.
I think they are. I'll try and find out while you're talking.
Indeed. It can be cast just like concrete. It's made from the dry, woody core of the stalks of the hemp plant. Concrete accounts for approximately 8% of human-generated carbon dioxide emissions annually, while hempcrete actually helps eliminate it. A recent study shows hempcrete removing 307 kilograms of CO2 per cubic meter, roughly the equivalent of the annual emissions from 3 refrigerators. That's pretty remarkable, frankly. Using hempcrete can also cut down majorly on construction waste. And a senior scientist at the Central Building Research Institute in India studied the quality aspects of hempcrete and found that it meets the standards of most building applications and even outperforms in the insulation category. As I just said, he warns that hempcrete cannot yet be used to completely replace concrete in structural work, as it needs to have more strength. And it's not even the strength that's the issue, it's the curing time. Concrete cures basically fucking overnight. Hempcrete grows stronger over time.
That is correct. In fact, they are. It's been around since 2015. It was one of the winners of a development project in a competition at MIT. They printed an entire 3D hempcrete building, hempstone / hempcrete.
I don't know if this is the same building, but this is cast.
Yeah, there's cast ones too. I think that those go up a lot quicker than the 3Ds. Although they're getting to the point where they can do them in 24 hours. So cast just means off-site casted, assembled on site. You could,
Yep.
Very rapid construction.
Yep. And I mean, honestly, like that house, obviously it's not finished. Most of the window, or not all of the windows are even in. But I'm very interested in living in a house like that.
Especially that design, that looks ideal for Arizona.
It looks like what?
Looks ideal for Arizona.
Yeah, right. Well, I mean, I'm thinking about the insulation, and I'm thinking about it's going to be 120 degrees outside in a couple of months. Anyway, that's all I had for sustainability today. I just wanted to talk about hempcrete. We talk about hemp and that kind of thing pretty regularly. Johnny asked if hemp was a sort of marijuana. They're very close cousins. Industrial hemp has a THC level of less than 3%. You cannot get high off of it.
Can't smoke the barn, people.
Right. So yes, it is, but no, it's not. That being said, if in states where we've legalized, I'm willing to bet that if it wasn't for, federal regulations, we could probably use the stalks from marijuana plants as well. But, So Randy Toller is in the comments. He asked, what is up with the Antifa in the background? An awful organization. Ecologism? Economics and the Greens are the future in USA 2021. Outside of yourself, sir, I think you might be hard-pressed to find a dedicated Green that is not anti-fascist. Johnny replied to that saying, we are fighting fascists in America right now, so I believe it's appropriate, and I also hold that stance. Randy said Greens in USA are about peaceful protests, not violence. And that said, pot should be legalized. I agree with you on the end of that. Yes, pot should be legalized. I agree, for that matter, that Greens in the USA are about peaceful protests. I guess I'm going to use an MLK quote here. That a riot is the language of the unheard. And if you're thinking that they are some sort of violent organization with some sort of ulterior motives, then I think that you might not be hearing what they're saying.
You might be hearing what other people are saying.
Right.
I challenge you to go find your local Antifa chapter and join a meeting. You're not going to find one. You will find a Klan meeting, but you will not find an Antifa meeting. Antifa or whatever perversion of that you want to find. I think we're all anti-fascist. That's what that means behind my background. And it isn't if you're either for us or against us. It's my personal belief that anybody who's thinking, sane, and rational is not pro-fascist.
Amen. Anyway, we can move on now into major political happenings, and this is a pretty big section today, actually. First thing's going to be Oakland. I have another story in this under wealth on this in a different city and wealth inequality, but I didn't want to put them both together because I wanted to talk about a UBI twice. Anyway, Oakland is giving low-income residents $500 a month. No strings attached, $500. And it seems like they're particularly trying to steer it towards families of color, and this should be a nationwide thing. It's pretty self-explanatory. It's a precursor to a UBI, one can hope. And I'm pretty excited to see what the results are. This is a great way to lift the material conditions of those who need it desperately, and we need to see more policies like this around the country. As for what actually happened, the mayor of Oakland, California on Tuesday announced a privately funded program that will give low-income families of color in the city $500 per month with no rules on how they can spend it. The program is the latest experiment with a guaranteed income, the idea that giving low-income people money helps ease stresses of poverty. You really got to do a study on that.
Yeah, I would think, right?
But they want to show that it results in better health and upward economic mobility. The idea is not new, but it's having a revival across the U.S. after some mayors launched similar, smaller-scale pilot programs across the country in a coordinated campaign to convince Congress to adopt the National Guaranteed Income Program. I mean, I don't know. I can understand some people thinking that UBI is too expensive. But the fastest way to solve poverty is to give poor people access to money, in my opinion. Anything to add?
One thing, I'd bring your attention to my own comment, which is after that awkward moment. The background is more of a nod at an in joke we make on this show in relation to the My Pillow guy who's made some comment offhand about anti-fascist or anti-fa super sluts were the ones that were behind the Capitol riots. So this background is more of a nod to that joke. We don't make the joke enough anymore for it to be part of the culture, but I guess the My Pillow guy said that about anti-fa super sluts. Please do me a favor and do not Google the 3 words Antifa and super sluts, because you will not find anything about My Pillow guy, but you will find one whole hell of a lot of porn, and because that entire term has been suborned by the porn industry, and they're taking advantage of that search word, and they've even made an acronym out of it, ASS. So it's the joke that just keeps on giving, so I I want you to understand the spirit of my comments were really in humor. They have a basis in humor, and that background has a basis in humor as a private in joke about about that, the My Pillow guy and the Capitol riots.
The goddamn My Pillow guy.
So sorry.
So I put it under U.S. politics because I'm not going to add an Arizona section, but Gila Bend declared a state of emergency because Customs and Border Patrol continues to drop off like van loads of migrants in their town. So like, and when we say loads, they're doing 1 to 2 per week. Last Monday's drop was 16 more. And they've been happening. Well, okay, first of all, Gila Bend is a town of only about 2,000 people. They don't have a hospital. They have no shelters. The mayor said that they simply have no resources and they don't see an end in sight. The 16 migrants were dropped off by U.S. Customs and Border Protection.
And I'm glad you caught that. I've been meaning to ask you about this for a week. Go ahead.
The families were from Venezuela and Chile with young children. To drop people in basically the middle of nowhere, and keep in mind, this is in the valley, this is in the desert, it's very hot, or will be very soon.
So in other words, folks, directly and specifically inhospitable and non-conductive, non-conducive to life.
And it's 30 miles to the next fucking town.
So unless they're carrying half their body weight in water, they could be in huge trouble, right? Is that what I'm inferring? I should be inferring?
To quote Mayor Riggs of Gila Bend, he said, quote, to drop people basically in the middle of nowhere, it's 30 miles to the next type of town, and that's 30 miles of open desert. So especially if this is happening come July and August, we're going to be finding a lot of bodies.
Jesus. Mother and Joseph.
That being said, Riggs and his wife are using loaned vans to drive the families themselves to the Phoenix Welcome Center so they would have a safe place to stay.
Yeah, and that's not like a half a day trip for him, right? And they're doing that multiple times a week.
Yeah. While he's trying to run a city.
Jesus.
So Riggs said Border Patrol told them to expect this to keep happening, which worries him as Arizona is heading towards its hot summer months. And let's just remember, last year was record-setting. We had well over 100 days, over 105 degrees in a row last year. I almost said yesteryear. What the hell?
Like it works. Could be a good band name.
Either way, the other quote from the mayor I wanted to include is, quote, I can't tolerate the thought of little kids having to walk through the hot desert. For 30 miles, you think a kid's going to make it? Really? I mean, no, I'm on his side. I'm not like bitching at him. But like the fact that this even needs to be said Border Patrol's leaving them there to die. That's my take on it.
That, and this is not strange behavior, right? These are the same people that destroyed water caches that ranchers and farmers set up, knowing that people were coming up even on their own personal property, starving, dehydrated, sick. These guys would either poison them or just destroy them. So I'm not surprised by the withering empathy, considering the last 4 years that we have to ramp down from.
Johnny, I agree with what you just said about the authoritarian. The one we live in, this authoritarian state is indecent and has to be stopped. That's exactly the point. And that's, I mean, these particular current event streams are more or less to inform people, if they don't already know, or remind them if they do, that that's necessary. Stopping this system is necessary. It is literally a matter of life or death for millions of people around the world.
Nice. Man, that's heavy. So, in the comments, I wanted to point to.
Yeah, there's been a few. I didn't read all of them, so by all means, go ahead.
One, Randy, thank you for joining, and I hope that my explanation of my background was sufficient. He states he's Green Party co-founder and running for president 2024. That's quite amazing, folks, that we have Randy Tolar in our comments. That's, my mind is blown, my friends. So thank you, Randy, and thank you for accepting my explanation of my provocative background. Hopefully it's sufficient. That's one comment. And two, the conversation's more about finance and the economy, but which we will cover in a later segment. I just wanted to bring up that we have a Green Party presidential candidate in our midst. That's mind-blowing. So
Huh.
an honor to see you and an honor to speak to you, and we're happy that you're here.
All right. The next thing I wanted to talk about in U.S. politics, and I feel like most of us probably know already at this point, that the governor of Georgia signed a law curbing voting access. The new law includes measures that cut the time period voters have to request absentee ballots and impose new identification requirements, make it easier for state officials to take over local elections boards, limit the use of ballot drop boxes, allow challenges to voting eligibility, criminalize any attempt to approach voters in line, even if to give them water. And this is a quote from who? Anyway, I don't think that's. Oh, it's a quote from the Associated Press. Okay, that's what it is. Quote, replace the elected Secretary of State as the chair of the state election board with a new appointee of the legislature after Republican Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger rebuffed former President Trump's attempts to overturn Georgia's election results. And then Kemp himself, the governor, said, quote, few are more important than the law I signed moments ago, which ensures Georgia's elections are secure, accessible, and fair. It's not fair. It's
No, it's
not fair.
not. I agreed. It's not. Not at all.
It's not really accessible either, but I mean, how many times has Georgia closed how many dozens of polling places right before an election without telling anybody?
Oh, sure, and sign new punitive and anti-voting legislation in front of pictures of plantations, famously. I'm sure we'll get to that too.
Then the Missouri GOP blocked a Medicaid expansion approved by the voters because rural citizens voted against it. Now, it was state voters approved the expansion in an August 4th, 2020 vote by a margin of 53.2 to 46.7. So it's not like it was like, 49.9 to 50.1.
No, it
No,
was pretty resoundingly, yeah.
yeah. The vote added an amendment to the state constitution making Medicaid available to people between the ages of 19 and 65 as long as their income is at or below 138% of the federal poverty level. The expansion would cover an estimated 230,000 individuals and has a July 1st deadline for implementation. The state House bill, rejected by Republicans, proposed paying for the expansion with $130 million in state funds and $1.6 billion in federal funds. However, 20 Republican legislators in the House Budget Committee opposed it as too costly. Comparatively, 9 committee Democrats voted for it. However, Republican State Representative Sarah Walsh cited the amendment's low support among rural voters as a reason to oppose its funding. And she was quoted as saying, "Rural Missouri said no. I don't believe it is the will of the people to bankrupt our state." Here's my rebuttal to that. The people were quite clear about their wishes, and they want health care. It's your responsibility to do it.
This is a common trope whereby people have somehow been convinced to act against their own best interest, which is maybe based on some sort of virtue signaling. Is it mass brainwashing? Is it a fundamental lack of understanding of the issue that they're making decisions about? Or is it just merely the efficacy of advertisement? Like Tennessee, for example, to put that in, Kentucky, there's multiple states that are either southern or rural, and I don't mean that in a pejorative way. I don't mean that in a punitive or belittling manner, but either rural or southern states, these districts continuously act against their own best interests. They elected a governor in Kentucky who said, you know what, I'm going to cut Medicaid. I'm going to cut. And people who were on Medicaid voted for the guy, and he cut them off of health care. And what happens? This is why the left, this is why liberals, sometimes Democrats, they get shit, maybe sufficiently, maybe insufficiently. They get shit for being smug or being judgmental or being elitist in their viewpoint of this. Like, you elected you elected the leader of the leopards will eat your face off party, and now you're complaining your face got ate off or whatever. There's lots of internet jokes about that sort of thing, or the scorpion and the what is it, the scorpion and the frog, or the scorpion and the turtle, I don't know. But what is the psychology there?
Johnny had a couple of things to say in the comments about what you were just saying, if you want to.
Yeah, I'll go there. Yeah, I had to get up and let the dog out again because pit bulls, are very active creatures with super bladders that are apparently the size of a dime.
Well, I mean, it's because you looked comfortable. That's really what it is.
It's primarily what it is. Yeah. The most lethal weapon, this is the latest comment from Johnny. The most lethal weapon those in power have over us is the
It's
control over
above
mass
that.
media.
Yeah, I was
Okay, I
talking
don't think
about.
this is exactly accurate. People voting against their best
Yeah,
interests. It is my opinion the efficacy of a mass media, to be more specific. But isn't it against their best interest ultimately? Isn't that the outcome? I mean, anyway, they manufacture consent along with a corrupt voting system. Sure, okay, I don't know that the voting system is corrupt though. It may not be perfect, it may not be ideal. I haven't seen and maybe we should have a human rights organization monitor our elections externally. I mean, we do that in
I
other
mean
countries.
they've talked about it multiple times, but
But but
they never come.
if we continue to say how corrupt things in our as far as our voting system is concerned, when one guy wins versus another guy, oh, it would work perfectly because our guy won. It's a perfect system. Come on. But anyway, I don't want to dwell on that part of your comment. I think what I understand the nature of what you said. I do. Greg Palast work on this is good evidence. All right. Okay. I know the name. I don't know why, because I forget things.
Yeah, I don't even know the name, so I'm gonna have to.
Greg Palast. Oh, he's pretty well known. I guarantee you've come across his work.
I probably have. I'm actually gonna write it down. Or actually, you have like the list of things that were written down, right? Out of the comments, that link and the other
Oh
link
yeah, I do.
and
It's in
there's something
Slack.
else, right?
Yeah, I got it
Man,
in
today's
Slack.
been a really active show.
It's been an active show, and it's been a easy because it's just the two of us. We're easily distracting one another. But no, Johnny, I wanna. Oh, he was okay. Greg Palast. Yeah,
Okay, that makes sense.
I do. I want to take into consideration your notion about this. When you talk about voting, you, I want to be sure I'm clear about what you mean. It isn't the tally of vote, rather I would imagine you mean the organization of voting, the voting blocks, and perhaps even gerrymandering, which, if I had a Republican counterpart sitting next to me, he would argue that the Democrats also gerrymandered, and it's not just a Republican hustle, right? But I think that in the last 50 years, it has been maybe, at least the last 50 years, probably the last 60 years, it's primarily been uh, a right tactic. I'm not saying they're the only ones that have ever done it, and they're the only ones guilty of doing it. I'm saying that they're currently the ones that are benefiting the most from segregating people from their votes, isolating people, and leaving people who are influential and wealthy and well connected and the kind of demographic that they want to represent to ensure that they maintain their power. And that's not democracy. That's the opposite of a democracy. It's a pyramid scheme is what that is, which really we're back full circle. The entire right wing is nothing but a bunch of MLM hustlers that are selling each other bullshit. So yeah, I think that's what he meant really wasn't necessarily the voting or counting of votes rather than the organization of voters and intentionally organizing them in a punitive way, in a racist way, in a way that the people with the least amount of resources and the most vulnerable have the least amount of representation and power to change, to make change. So I may be the only one talking right now. Rob, are you online? Anyway, you might have stepped away from the keyboard, and that's fine. Uh, it is ugly, and I 100% agree with you. But it is the basis of taxation with a representation. And honestly, if that's such a trigger to the constitutional fetishist, I hope I didn't offend anybody by what I just said. If that is such a trigger to the constitutional fetishist, then quite frankly, why would we suffer a minute's worth of racism based on that? We saw murder on live TV today, and all of us looked on and watched the outcome of a police force that mishandled its constituencies so poorly that they cost a person his life. And this is just one incident out of hundreds of thousands. Cost a person his life while in their care and management. Let's say that let's take the cops out and put in water department workers. What if water department workers? Oh shit. I still am gobsmacked that we have Randy Tolar as a listener. Randy, if you're still out there, we would love to interview you. If you would lower yourself to speak to anti-fascist super sluts that we are. Am I even connected? Anybody out there? And this is not radio silence. This is Dean looking around to see where my co-host went. All right. Well, anyway, that's fine. What I will do then is move to the next section. Jerry, can you believe we do that? Why is that a thing? Why do we think that's okay?
Actually, I had one more.
Good. Glad to hear your voice. I thought I was alone.
No, I was in the comments. I don't know where you're at.
I see you in the comments, but I didn't hear your voice or see you.
Oh yeah, no, I stepped out for a second.
Oh, okay.
I should have let you know. My bad.
No problem. I figured it out now.
But the Minnesota marijuana legalization bill has cleared the fourth House committee. They seem pretty serious about it. We'll see if it goes to a floor vote. I hope so.
Oh, Minnesota. Yeah, I figured you'd catch that too.
Yep. A bill cleared a fourth House committee on Wednesday, bringing it another step closer to a floor vote in the chamber. House Majority Leader Ryan Winkler, Speaker Melissa Hortman, and other lawmakers filed the measure last month. It would allow adults 21 and older to purchase and possess up to 1.5 ounces of cannabis and cultivate up to 8 plants, 4 of which could be mature. The House Agriculture, Finance, and Policy Committee heard testimony from advocates and industry stakeholders, and members put a number of questions to Winkler. Lawmakers voted 8-5 to advance the legislation. This comes 3 weeks after the Workforce and Business Development, Finance, and Policy Committee, wow, that's a mouthful, approved the bill. Previously, it's moved through the Labor, Industry, Veterans, and Military Affairs Finance and Policy Committee, and the Commerce Finance and Policy Committee as well. During the hearing, the panel approved an amendment that refines the definition of hemp and lays out the process that regulators would follow if they suspect that marijuana products are being distributed in violation of the statute.
Yes.
Pretty exciting. Hopefully it, happens. So that'll take us into international news. And this is another pretty full section, honestly. The U.S. has sunk to a new low in rankings of world democracies. That's great news. I don't think any of us that are currently in this stream are surprised by that, though. The U.S. has fallen to a new low in a global ranking of political rights and civil liberties, a drop fueled by unequal treatment of minority groups, damaging influence of money in politics, and increased polarization, according to a new report by Freedom House, which is a democracy watchdog group. I don't know a hell of a lot about them, but
Yeah, I don't either.
regardless, I mean, we dipped 11 points in a year. I would assume that this is some sort of neoliberal organization, and we're failing on their scale. So
Likely.
the U.S. earned 83 out of 100 possible points this year. We were at 94 the last time. I don't know why I said in a year. I meant, and they do this every 10 years. But we've dropped 11 points in 10 years. The U.S. new ranking places it on par with countries like Panama, Romania, and Croatia, and behind countries such as Argentina and Mongolia. It lagged far behind countries like the UK, 93, Chile, 93, Costa Rica, 91, and Slovakia, 90. 83, 7 points below Slovakia, just to point that out. And the vice president for research and analysis told the Guardian, quote, dropping 11 points is unusual, especially for an established democracy, because they tend to be more stable in our scores. It's significant for Americans, and it's significant for the world, because the United States is such a prominent, visible democracy, one that is looked to for so many reasons. Maybe they're starting to realize that we've never been great, and they never should have been looking up to us in the beginning. But anyway, the report details the inequities that minority groups, especially Black and Native Americans, face when it comes to the criminal justice system and voting access. It also illustrates that public trust in government has been damaged by the way rich Americans can use their money to exert outsized influence on American politics.
Sure.
And it points out that extreme partisan gerrymandering, the manipulation of electoral district lines to boost one party over the other, has contributed to dramatic polarization in the U.S., threatening its democratic foundations. Gerrymandering, the report says, quote, has the most corrosive and radicalizing effect on U.S. politics.
Interesting.
Yeah. I think that's why we're seeing so many people stepping outside of the two-party system for the first time, or huge numbers of non-voters getting involved in political organization for the first time.
Yeah, and large amounts of uh, I'll use this as a blanket catch-all, but a large amounts of left leaning people who are discouraged by the Democratic Party seeking alternatives. You know, the Working Family Party, the Green Party, the DSA, you know, anything but the bifurcated politics that we have now.
Yeah. So Respucci, the same lady I was quoting a minute ago, said,
Yep.
Quote, we're really concerned about these longer-term challenges that are not going to be addressed with quick fixes, that were kind of highlighted during the Trump administration and, in some cases, taken advantage of by that administration. A change of president is not going to make that go away.
Right.
Johnny, I think that what she was getting at was that in the eyes of the world, we've been a beacon for human rights because nobody ever actually turned the lens on us. Nobody ever actually looked at it because we were too busy calling out everybody else for everything under the book that we were doing right here at home.
If not worse.
I agree that it's a shill, but even by their standards, we are failing as a democracy.
Yeah, well, you know what? If you go down to Brazil right now, you can see the openly fascist, not even neo-fascist, these are fascist party demonstrations that support Bolsonaro that are waving American flags and Trump flags. The American flag in many right-leaning, especially Eastern European and South American countries, has become synonymous. It has replaced the Nazi flag. Another reason for this background. Let that sink in. The image in your head of your flag that you pledged your allegiance to as a small child in a classroom with Mrs. Glump or whatever your teacher's name was is now an image of corrupt power.
Can we also talk about how fucking creepy that is?
let's do Mrs. Clump's second grade class. You're standing there.
I mean, like, that's right up there with, in terms of propaganda, that's right up there with Hitler taking pictures with Hitler's youth. You know, like.
And you're trying not to screw it up just in case the president himself was listening to you, that you'd somehow let your entire country down if you fucked up the Pledge of Allegiance. Well, guess what? Some really nasty people all around the world are waving it as a symbol of power and corruption. Where they used to wave a Nazi flag, now they're waving a US flag. But yeah, I agree.
Natalie responded to your comment saying, understandable as they are more of a one-opoly. See, people talk about authoritarian left-wing regimes.
It's a gerontocracy is what it is. It's just
old. Yeah. But I mean, in terms of, I just have it's a bit of a joke, I guess. But
yeah, it is.
I have a bit of a statement to make here. Like we always talk about these one-party dictatorships, whether they're right-wing or left-wing, but of course we especially focus on the left-wing ones here. But in true American fashion, we have two one-parties.
That's true. I agree.
Johnny said all the right words without the symbolism. Yeah.
It is a gerontocracy. It's a class of landholders and wealth hoarders who wish to protect their fully vested interests.
Amen to that. So I guess I put this in here more or less to have a laugh about it together, but the State Department announced a new long-standing policy against backing coups.
Holy shit. I think we have represented and have executed in the last 75 years. Well, in other words, since the end of World War II, if you count World War II, maybe longer, 53 coups in various countries in this planet. Various countries that exist now and no longer exist. Yeah. So that's why I laugh out loud.
I mean, yeah. Okay, so what happened was Venezuela accused the United States of plotting another coup, and the spokeswoman...
They certainly did.
Yes. And the State Department spokesperson, Jen Psaki, rejected the claim as ludicrous. That's literally what she said, is that accusation is ludicrous. That was the quote. She said, quote, as a matter of long-standing policy, the United States does not support political transitions by non-constitutional means.
That's correct. That's why that's why we had what we had on Jan 6, and you've got the president of former still issuing statements on presidential letterhead, even though it's slightly perverted.
I dropped the link in the comments just now if anybody actually wants to read the interview.
Jen Psaki, by the way, is the White House press secretary, I believe. But yeah, that would mean she's probably the de facto spokesperson for the State Department, since that's a cabinet. By the way, I would like to point out, I'm no Biden apologist, but I would like to point out that Trump literally eviscerated the diplomatic corps in his 4 years. He let there was a great deal of bloodletting. A lot of folks would call it as draining the swamp. Some folks would say it was an unnecessary overburden of bureaucracy. I would argue that it was many generations of statecraft literally flushed down the toilet. Some of that was good, some of that was bad. By and large, these were middle and lower level State Department operatives that were process holders. They were knowledge workers. They certainly were not planners of coups. They just knew how a State Department could function, I guess, at a technocratic level. I hate to say it, technocracy does not mean we know how to use the internet and we're pretty good at Facebook. It means the streamlining and the effect of increasing the effectiveness of process overburden. Something the Obama administration was actually pretty good at too, by the way. And the Trump administration was among the worst the world's ever seen, except for perhaps military dictatorship or a third world country. So you're going to see some weird shit coming out of the State Department, frankly, because the A students were walked to the door. The C students are now in charge of the fucking building. The D students.
Yeah.
Like the war movie.
Johnny said, "We have blood on our hands and we will be held accountable. I personally am responsible for this because I have not done what is needed to be what is needed to be done to get rid of the neoliberals in power. It is my fault personally. This is the attitude each and every one of us must have if we are to live in truth and decency." And I don't disagree with that. That's part of why I kind of like kick my own ass into gear. We're all responsible for this to an extent. Yeah, like you or I personally, what can we do? Nothing. What can we do if there's millions of people, though?
I like the way you think, Johnny, and I like the way that you put things.
Yeah, I agree. So, anyway, I'm going to move on from that story because, I mean, the State Department does not have a long-standing policy against backing coups. The last one that we did was, last year? I mean, come on.
Well, we certainly gave Bolsonaro a push.
Yeah.
And that's directly translated into loss of human life outside of the activities of normal, everyday fuckheadery and corruption.
Right. Yeah. So, Myanmar.
Thank you. Welcome news about Myanmar.
It's not great news.
I know.
Saturday, March 27th, which is annual Armed Forces Day in Myanmar, security forces killed at least 114 people, including children under 16. A 13-year-old boy was shot dead by security forces as he played outside his home. The military had seized a woman's body and refused to return her until her family signed a statement saying her death was not caused by the military. The UN rapporteur accused Myanmar of mass murder and criticized the international community for not doing enough to stop it. I mean, outside of committing some sort of coup or military intervention, I don't think that there is a whole lot that we can do to stop it, but, wow. Anyway, Tom Andrews, the UN's independent expert of human rights for Myanmar, stated, quote, "Today, the junta of Myanmar has made Armed Forces Day a day of infamy, with the massacre of men, women, and very young children throughout the country. Words of condemnation or concern are frankly ringing hollow to the people of Myanmar. While the military junta commits mass murder against them, it is past time for robust, coordinated action." And then the UN Special Advisor on the Prevention of Genocide said, quote, "The shameful, cowardly, brutal actions of the military and the police, who have been filmed shooting at protesters as they flee, and who have not even spared children, must be halted immediately." If the Security Council isn't able to do anything, Andrews, who was the first person I quoted, called for an emergency international summit.
There you go.
In the meantime, protesters continue to take to the streets in Myanmar. Solidarity. That takes balls. In Yangon, if I'm saying that right, a small group rallied in a residential area that had previously seen chaos from police shooting at demonstrators. This march finished without any reported incidents. Reports have shown more casualties on Sunday. There was not a definite number, so I didn't put a definite number. But beyond the massacre of protesters, the military is also battling ethnic Karen fighters. The Karen National Union is one of over a dozen ethnic organizations fighting for decades to gain autonomy from Myanmar's central government. Approximately, I don't know if I'm saying that right, but it's spelled just like the name Karen. But approximately 3,000 villagers from territory controlled by the Karen fled to Thailand Sunday after Myanmar military aircraft dropped bombs on the guerrilla position.
Jeez. Hey Rob, can you down the music just a little bit?
I can turn it off.
Oh yeah.
That's as low as it goes.
Oh, no way. Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just me. Okay, cool. Never mind.
I felt like it was kind of loud too, though. So yeah, that's what we got for Myanmar. It's a dark situation there, but I can't even express like what those people must be going through.
Well, it'll end up in war, is what'll happen. We will yet see another Burmese war.
Johnny said that this raises an interesting question I've had for some time now. How do you convince a military force to obey decency over against the rule of men?
Depends on if they're controlled or controlling, right? You see the example that was led by Egypt. You had a massive outpouring of people. It happened in the United States, honestly, if you want to get down to brass tacks. You had a massive outpouring of people. In Tahrir Square, you had hundreds of thousands of people come. They overturned the government. Literally, they stopped the wheels of power. And in that vacuum, rather than being able to muster their own candidate or whatever, they let the Muslim Brotherhood in, and the Muslim Brotherhood came in. They made, these are not good people. They did bad things. And they had turned to the military. Can you fix this? Can you, just kind of maybe shoot these guys? These suck. I keep seeing the fledgling tendrils of real revolution, right? The Spring Revolution in China, every once in a while it creeps up just a little bit. I always feel like we're on the cusp of something huge. I keep waiting for that moment whereby something will trigger a chemical from red to green in our brains, and we will just rise up and we will turn these people into blood and take back the process of humanity. And we don't. It never happens. So I'm just kind of holding my breath there, and I feel like Myanmar is the latest center of the universe.
I don't know, man. I'm still pretty stuck on India too.
I agree.
Like that whole portion of the fucking globe, honestly.
I'm interested in. I have a action item to try to bring somebody who's close to this, and maybe has insights that we cannot see because of news barriers. Because like farmers in India don't sell coke, so CNN is not going to run stories. Same with Myanmar, for that matter. Somebody who's a little closer to the history and the culture, the language, the players involved, even maybe the parties involved, the personalities involved. It would be nice to have somebody, and I think I know who that person is. It's a matter of getting their time, getting their time and attention to kind of, walk us through this thing and let us know what they are seeing, on at their level. Because we have to process everything through a Wall Street filter or a advertisement filter.
And actually, we've had some questions on the page, like, how is your story any different? I mean, that's the thing, is that we have to take these, well, not in all cases, but a lot of times we have to take these corporate articles and figure out what the spin is.
Yes, it takes work to dig into it, and And we're on the cusp of being able to do that, to be able to dissect these organizations, pull the personalities out, look at the organizations that are making statements, look at the reporters that are writing about them, look at their supporters, look at their backers, look at their organization, the corporations that they belong to and what their interests may be. That's a lot of legwork, and to what end, right? To what end we find what we already knew, right? But in the vacuum of information, we have to make some suppositions. Do I have a GoFundMe? No. Is there any way we can get involved with directly? Not yet. Not that I'm aware of.
I hope there will be.
But at least you hearing our voice and Rob's research is leading us to start to ask some fundamental questions. Hey, what in the world's going on? Who's advocating for these people? Why are we literally seeing people standing in front of tanks again? Who the fuck's in charge here? I want to see the manager of the revolution. I want to talk to the manager of the revolution. We'll go full Karen on this. Karen, India. Tell me about India. Rob, you're on mute, buddy.
My bad, Dean.
No worries.
So no, they in India yesterday they did a pretty good act of civil disobedience in my eyes. They burned the copies of the farm laws as part of the Holika Dahan celebrations at the border. They called the laws anti-farmer and anti-people and said they would not step back until the center repealed all three laws. At the toll plaza, farmers remembered the more than 300 farmers who have lost their lives since the protests began. Quote, "We cannot celebrate any festival as our brothers and elderly persons have sacrificed their lives during the agitation." That's,
yeah.
That's a farmer leader from Asanda. I don't know if I'm saying that right. I need to get better at these like international city names, man. Johnny says that we're better than watching CNN. I'm glad that you think that. I would hope, but I'm glad I'm glad that we are not doing this in vain. Farmers have organized to keep up momentum, assigning duties to farmers. For example, one vehicle is on duty to pick up and drop off farmers from 2 villages daily. Farmers also worked to block the national highway. And then police were condemned by the former minister for trying to book them for blocking the highway.
Lord.
I mean, whose streets? Our streets.
Well, maybe.
Don't forget, we're talking India, right?
Well, okay, you're right. They're not mine and your streets.
No, man, but believe it or not, there's private roads,
Oh, well, yeah, and that's why they're at the border of the tolls.
Correct.
Yep. Yeah, and I mean, honestly, that's a pretty widespread thing here too.
Is it down there really?
Well, no, I don't mean here, like here.
Oh,
I mean
you
here,
mean
like
yeah,
the
definitely
U.S.
in the U.S.
Yeah. Here, no, but on the way here, yeah.
Yeah, forget about it. You gotta have $25 worth of tolls.
I think it was probably about $25 round trip last time, but. Yeah. The first time I didn't even take toll roads. I took 2-lane blacktop as much as I could because I was towing over my Nissan Rogue's capacity on a trailer that was over its capacity. All the way from National City, Michigan to Glendale, Arizona.
I have a Murano.
Yeah?
I love that thing. It's our second one.
I mean, honestly, I don't have any real complaints about my Rogue. not the nicest car I've ever driven, but it's got 116,000 miles on it and still keeps trucking along.
Nice.
I haven't had any real issues with it. Anyway, so the next segment is also a long one today. Wealth inequality. This is probably, or at least should be, one of our keynote segments, given our political ideologies and such.
Yeah, in our history.
Yep. All right. So the first story in here today.
I love this story.
Oh, I mean, but go ahead, Dean. You can tell it.
No, man.
I like it when you tell stories. And I know that you're going to dissect this as you go, and I'm looking forward to it now. You can't back out.
All right. I'll tell you what. I'll actually read from the article. Senator John Thune is opposing a $15 minimum wage and cites that he earned $6 as a kid. And that's $24 with inflation today. Now, bear in mind, right? How old is this cat? If he was making $6 an hour, he's a lot younger than I thought. He says in a tweet voicing his opposition for raising national minimum wage to $15 an hour, Republican South Dakota Senator John Thune said he made $6 an hour working at a restaurant as a quote unquote kid, adjusted for modern inflation using June 1978 as a baseline. That would be $24 an hour today. Fuck him. I was making $3.25. Was it $3.25? Yeah, it was $3.25 an hour, $3.35, whatever.
I mean, just to clarify though, that wage would be the equivalent of $50,000 a year before.
Yeah, I'm just about to say this is what I've made jokes about on this show. How many times when we'd be like, oh yeah, you get a job pumping gas, or get a job being a grocery bagger, or get a job being a busboy. Man, anytime before say 1980, that it was a living wage. And this guy just validates that they were paid a little bit better than a living wage for that time, and that was just fine as long as you were white enough to get a job like that.
Yeah. So
$6 an hour.
I like this little breakdown Emily put in the show notes, though. Obviously, the first point was it would be over $50,000. Under the proposed $15 an hour current minimum wage, a person would earn about $31,200 a year. With the current minimum wage is $15,080 a year, and the poverty line, which is drastically too low in my eyes, is $12,880 a year.
Yeah, that's kind of obscene. And by the way, so is $31,000. And I have friends, many of whom listen to this show, who are secondary and primary school teachers that make less than $27,000 a year. And these are 4-year degreed people with student loans to pay.
Yep.
In some cases, it's 5 years if you count the time that it takes to obtain a teaching certificate. That's 5 years of education.
Well, and that's also assuming you're a full-time student. If you're trying to work a part-time
correct, that's what I was about to say.
Which is impossible today, mind you. But if that's what you were trying to do, then it could be 6 years or 7 years.
The procedure would require a majority of House Democrats and all Senate Democrats to approve the measure. And Democratic West Virginia Senator Joe Manchin said he wouldn't assist the passing of the measure without Republican support. Manchin has said he does support raising the minimum wage, calling the current $7.25 an hour poverty wages. I say they are slave wages. They're not poverty wages. I say you double it and you're maybe at poverty wages. You double it to $15 an hour, that's still a poverty wage, and you're still going to have to piss in a Bezos bottle at work.
What we're trying to say here is that it's nowhere near enough. We should be fighting for 25 by 2025, not $10, Tom Cotton.
Yeah, Flint Flint, Michigan turned the world on its ear over this issue. I really feel like we should be able to do the same. There's a lot more of us. And they just shut down a segment of an industry. Granted, it was the most wealthy and most successful corporation in human history at that time. But guess what is now?
And the next one's about Kyrsten Sinema.
What's that? Hold on, what? Go ahead.
She is a senator from Arizona. She is my senator.
Right.
I know, she used to be aligned with the Green Party. Her entire story. The reason that she got my vote, honestly, is her story about how she came from poverty and she knows what it's like to struggle. Okay, well, it got me because she rejected the fucking minimum wage hike. Just saying.
She don't look like she knows what it's like to struggle.
I mean, I agree. I didn't base anything off the fact that she looks like a fucking
lizard person.
Anyway, so what I want to know is if you were actually aligned with the Green Party, how are you going to become one of the most right-wing fucking right-wing Democrats anyway in the Senate? And the Democrats are damn near as right-wing as the Republicans. How do you sink that low?
I mean, she doesn't look like a bad person. She looks
Bernie's
smart.
Pissed, all right?
She looks well put together. She looks like a politician. Okay.
Yeah.
She looks wealthy. She's got that wealthy person's skin.
Well, yeah, I mean, she is now. She wasn't newly elected in 2020, right?
Interesting.
Anyway, I mean, I should have known better, but the point is
no, I didn't do anything wrong. I think
I wasn't shooting a fucking fellow Green Party person in the foot. There was no opposition, so I viewed it as damage control.
And we welcome you, Kristen, to come on to our program and demonstrate to us how we are wrong.
Yeah.
We're more than...
So this is from Jacobin Magazine, though, and I just wanted to read just a small part of it, pretty much. I really like the writing style for some of this. Such appears to be the case with Kyrsten Sinema, the Democratic senator from Arizona, who recently went viral after cheerfully voting against a $15 minimum wage hike that would have helped reduce poverty for millions of children and working parents. Unlike fellow congressional spike strip Joe Manchin, congressional spike strip, I like that. Sinema doesn't have a conflict of interest that might explain her vote. According to her disclosures, her only extracurricular activity is a $25,000 a year adjunct teaching job at a local university. Nor has Sinema, who consistently ranks among the least wealthy members of Congress, appeared to pair her journey up her journey up the political ladder. Sorry, with a windfall. Apparently not. With a windfall in her own personal fortune. So
okay, you're right. Does she deserve success? Yes. Does she deserve to prosper because of her influence? Okay. It seems to be a sacrifice we're all willing to make. I'm not, but it seems like a sacrifice that the large majority of the population is willing to make. If we elect you into office and you do our bidding, then therefore certain things may or may not come your way that are financially fortuitous for you. I'm not cool with that, and I never have been. Millionaire senators piss me the fuck off. It ensures that their own best interest is at heart, and then maybe some of ours might get dragged along with that selfish pursuit. And that is a compromise we've been making in politics for the last 250 years. It's annoying and it's boring.
Yeah. So Emily actually said this in the comments. I was going to bring it up anyway, but Emily listened to her give a speech at ASU's law school graduation a couple years ago. Her cousin's a lawyer.
Nice.
And she is super well spoken. If only she had stuck to what she said.
Maybe she did. You know, I would be love to hear. I would love to hear in an open forum why this is a terrible idea. Why can't you support a living wage? Is it really that costly for a corporation that pays dividends to shareholders? Is it really that unthinkable for them to pay their employees enough money to be able to afford to live and take care of their children?
Yeah.
Come on, I mean, we can't say any further than we're the most advanced democracy or that we're the greatest nation on earth if we refuse steadfastly to put people's health and well-being in front of the the needs and greeds of the market. That, I mean, I can't put it any simpler. I can't think of a simpler way to put it.
So back in 2002, 2004, she had written into the Arizona Republic railing against NAFTA, the World Bank, and WTO, warning that, quote, until the average American realizes that capitalism damages their livelihood while augmenting the livelihoods of the wealthy, the almighty dollar will continue to rule. Less than 3 years later, she would describe herself as a, quote, Prada-socialist. Whatever the fuck that means.
Well, that's a champagne socialist.
And I mean, like, when she won, what seat was this? State House. When she won that, she used the seat for progressive causes. She opposed abortion restrictions. She fought for extending the rights of straight married couples to gay ones, meaning, equal fucking marriage rights in Arizona. That's pretty prominent, I would say. Led a successful effort to kill a ban on affirmative action. Spoke out against drug testing of welfare beneficiaries and cuts and regressive changes to Medicaid, and spearheaded the fight to kill a measure banning same-sex marriage. She did what few lawmakers did at the time, certainly in Arizona, and talked about mass incarceration, attending a prison reform rally in 2008, where she declared that, quote, individuals deserve to have a start again. And she said, quote, we need to push people in from the edges, right? So she's talking about, like, well, I mean, obviously she said the edges, meaning the left and right, which I don't necessarily agree with. I think we should push the fascists the fuck out. But anyway, so she obviously was a leftist until she hit the big time. What the fuck? As you said, Dean, if she would ever come on here and try to explain her shift, that'd be fun.
I think so too. I think it'd be great. And if she has not turned the corner, we can provide a platform for her to demonstrate that. Otherwise, we are not. This is you are guilty until you're proven innocent. That's not cool. So, but at the same token,
I mean, I don't know. I base a lot on voting records, and that's a big red X.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm going to put the, if I haven't already, I'm going to put the link in the comments. If you guys want to read the whole thing, you're more than welcome to. Also, Natalie mentioned opensecrets.com. I thought it was opensecrets.org. But it'll show, lobbyists and corporate donations and such.
That's correct.
It's a very good resource.
Yeah, and there's others. There's other resources as well. Yeah.
All right. So the government just admitted it doesn't really try to collect rich people's taxes. Who could have ever saw that coming? Oh man. By some estimates, the wealthiest 1% of Americans manage to avoid paying about $250 billion of road taxes every single year. Now, new government data shows that audits of the super rich and large corporations have hit a new low, leaving billions of dollars of uncollected taxes at precisely a moment when lawmakers say new revenue is needed to fund infrastructure and climate investments. So these figures were compiled by Syracuse University, that show in the last 8 years there has been a 72% drop in the number of audits in those making more than $1 million. In all, 98% of those making more than $1 million did not face an audit last year. There's been a 55% drop in corporate audits. In 2012, almost all corporate giants were audited. In 2020, almost 2/3 of those corporations were not subjected to audits. Amid this decline in scrutiny of the rich, a letter to the Biden administration from 88 progressive groups pointed out, quote, since 2011, audit rates for millionaires who are disproportionately white have dropped more than twice as much for taxpayers claiming the earned income tax credit, who are disproportionately people of color. Audit coverage is now the heaviest in many low-income majority black counties. And again, this is from Newsweek. This is from a capitalist rag.
Correct. You can't get much more mainstream either.
I would not have even considered using a CNN or a Newsweek source 2 years ago. But ironically, Newsweek is the one that is talking about this.
Yeah, and it's a never mind. I was gonna say some bullshit about it's gonna take a mile or two for the ship to stop because of the former administration, but the reality is anything gonna really change?
No, and that's what I'm glad to see that a few people are starting to see it, but like nothing was ever seriously. He told his corporate donors, who are the people that really matter, mind you, he told his corporate donors, quote, nothing will fundamentally change.
Nothing will change. He did say that. And I realized that he likely said that as a means in which to ease the market's tensions in order to ease the worried minds of the reverse mortgage contemplators. Sorry. I can't help but take a swipe at the elderly, even though I'm rapidly approaching that demographic. But I get it, right? The nervous white folks, right? That's who you're speaking to. Now you got nothing to lose. When you're poor, you have nothing to fucking lose.
Yeah.
Do what thou willst.
So this is another story about UBI, actually. Stockton, they already did it. Oakland is just now starting their pilot program. Stockton already did it for 2 years. And I'm not going to read through the entire thing, but essentially, it's an interview with a guy that is talking about what he found.
Correct.
And the whole transcript is pretty enlightening. However, I don't feel the need to read the whole thing. He's talking about how $500 allowed people to handle emergencies. That $500 allowed people to get health care or mental health treatment, or they saw decreased depression. They saw stress, like cortisol levels, literal stress levels decreased. We saw that anxiety decreased. According to the Kessler scale, comparable to clinical trials of Prozac. Who would have thought that money is the best medicine for poverty? I am going to drop the link in the comments, though. I encourage everybody to read it, but frankly, we just don't have the time to read the entire transcript on the air.
That's right, folks. We are on the air. This is the best time of all to consider supporting our Patreon, to consider using 4-Way Our Many as a coupon code. Tell me about Bernie. Well, tell me about our beautiful boy.
He's introducing some bills to hike some taxes.
He's trying to get killed, isn't he?
Oh, man. If there's any one assassination that would make somebody a martyr.
I will just float his corpse around and we'll send it or we'll run it for president just like Weekend at Bernie's. It'll be 2024 at Bernie's.
I mean, I would probably still trust Bernie's corpse more than I trust Joe Biden.
I'd agree.
Anyway, so he proposed fresh tax increases on corporations and the wealthiest Americans on Thursday, part of a push both to cut inequality and fund sprawling government programs. I don't like how they worded that. Sprawling government programs, you mean taking care of our infrastructure?
Yeah, yeah. By the way, folks, government isn't bad. Government doesn't automatically equal auto bad. We need government. We need processes in which to manage our affairs. We need processes in which to manage our safety. We need processes in which to manage our health. When you have a large population of human beings gathered together in a giant clump transacting business, we need some governance over that. That is the definition of governance. We're not getting what we're paying for.
I mean, that being said, personally, I would like to see locally implemented systems that are similar to like the setup of the Paris Commune rather than something like we have in Washington.
Sewer socialists. I will do a breakout. We'll probably try to keep it to about 30 minutes in which I'll outlay the sewer socialists. And I believe that the core tenets of what they executed successfully, highly successfully, I might add, are a reasonable template for socialism going forward. So if you're interested in what I'm talking about and you have no idea and you want to do some prep, Google the sewer socialists.
So, Natalie said, good news with Bernie all over the place. He has been a busy man. We actually have... Bernie is kind of sprinkled into our program in a couple spots today, including Power of a Strike.
Uh-oh, he's really trying to get on the list, huh? The CIA.
Oh, yeah. And see, that's the whole thing. I mean, don't get me wrong. I have issues with some decisions that Bernie Sanders has made, but he has made it perfectly clear who he is fighting for and who he is fighting against for 40 plus years. His voting record for the whole time stands by that. Just because he backed somebody that we all can't stand for president doesn't mean that he's not going to continue to be the thorn in the side of the same man that he helped get elected for his entire presidency. Well, and I mean, really, and a thorn in the side to the entire establishment in the Senate, really. I mean, he might not be able to stop things that he wants to stop solely by himself, but he can certainly make it a pain in the ass.
Gigantic pain, correct. Strike me.
Well, hold on. One plan was to hike the corporate tax rate to 35% and aims to deter companies from taking profits offshore to pay less. I'll have to see specifics on what that means, but I don't know how they would enforce that, I guess is what I'm getting at. But that's basically undoing Trump's corporate tax cut. The other proposal from the Senate Budget Committee chairman, I never get tired of reading that, aims to make the richest Americans pay more. It sets up a progressive estate tax, which would start with a levy of 45% on estates valued between $3.5 million and $10 million, and would rise as high as 65% for estates valued above $1 billion. And just, so we don't get overheard by a libertarian that freaks out that their grandpa's gonna, lose their 20 grand in savings that they have to give to the grandkid. No. $3.5 million or more. Anyway, We have a tax code which enables the very, very richest people in America and the largest corporations to avoid paying their share of taxes. That has got to change. So the estate tax plan was co-sponsored by Kirsten Gillibrand, Sheldon Whitehouse, and Jack Reed, and Chris Van Hollen. And Jimmy Gomez will introduce a version of the bill in the House, while Representative Jan Schakowsky will put forward the corporate tax plan in the House. And the whole hearing was to push for higher taxes on the wealthy. So I guess what I'm trying to say is he's putting his money where his mouth is.
Yeah.
He wasn't like, okay, we're here to talk about it. He was like, okay, we're here to fucking do something about it.
Yeah, I see that. I would have to agree.
Fucking Mitch McConnell. I don't think there's going to be any enthusiasm on our side for a tax increase.
Oh boy. Yeah, he doesn't think that at all. It hasn't even entered his mind.
Witnesses on Thursday included Abigail Disney, the granddaughter of Walt Disney Company co-founder Roy Disney, and an advocate for higher taxes on the wealthy. She supported the new bill Sanders introduced Thursday.
She's been consistent in that message.
She has. I'm actually surprised. When I first heard about her advocating for higher taxes, I frankly thought she was trying to save herself from going to the guillotine. But she's kind of been on it for a while now.
Yeah, probably the last 10 years, maybe longer.
It might have been right after Occupy, but it was about that ballpark time frame.
Yeah.
And of course, like Democrats are going to have to resolve their differences about how much to raise taxes. Joe Biden has backed hiking the corporate tax rate to 28% rather than returning it to 35%.
Yeah.
Some leftist, some socialist we have in office right now.
Yeah.
And Biden wants to restore the top income tax rate to 39.6. Obviously, that was not addressed in the bills that Bernie put forth on the 25th. That doesn't mean that it isn't on the agenda. And then we're going to go into Power of a Strike. Yeah. We should have like applause. Yeah. So we're going to start this off with a picture. That is a union rally, an Amazon union rally in Birmingham, Alabama. And of course, I don't have to introduce Bernie. That's what the first line of my notes are. Why did I do that? He said, quote, "If you succeed here, it will spread all over this country." From a stage set up in a Southside parking lot behind the office of the Retail, Wholesale, and Department Store Union in Birmingham. Quote, "They know that it is not only workers here who are sick and tired of outrageous working conditions. A union is not going to solve it all, but what it does is allow you a seat at the table. Votes will be counted Tuesday in the election, which will decide whether workers will be represented by the Retail, Wholesale, and Department Store Union." I just pretty much loaded this with quotes from his speech. Quote, "When you go against one of the largest corporations in the world and you do it alone, you have no power. But when you stand together in solidarity, you can negotiate for a better workday." Sanders noted that CEO Jeff Bezos, worth $180 billion, is the richest man in the world, yet Amazon distribution center employees work in overheated conditions and are punished for taking more than 2 brief bathroom breaks in a 10-hour shift and barely have enough time to eat lunch. That's why we talk about Bezos bottles, ladies and gentlemen, because they're not allowed to go take a piss. That's not a joke. Quote, "Enough really is enough. How much money do the richest people in this country require? How much in profits do the largest corporations really need?" And he said the union vote will send a message. And this is our last Bernie quote of the, as I said, it's mostly Bernie quotes. This is the last one. Quote, so what is this about today is to say to the large, powerful, profitable corporation, quote, treat your workers with respect and with dignity. We're not dealing with a mom and pop operation here. We're dealing with $1 trillion corporation that makes huge profits that can certainly provide. Did I do huge right? Did I get that?
Huge.
Hell yeah. That can certainly provide the kind of wages and benefits that working people desperately need. That's why Bernie was the compromise. This is the bare minimum.
I would agree.
And in other power of a strike news, Tesla. Hold on, there's more comments.
Yeah, go ahead.
Let's Natalie said, I was heartbroken and then angry that he dropped out and then literally felt sick wanting Burners to follow Biden. Still processing it. I think I try to understand why he stayed in the party, but still, sucks. Technically, he's not in the party. Let's not forget that.
No, he's maintained his candidacy as an independent, right? And maintains his affiliation as independent, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
He caucuses with the Democrats, and he tried to infiltrate their party, and they shut him down.
Well, they did the same thing to Ron Paul.
Yeah.
And they tolerate Rand, even though apparently they're
I don't get it.
His ass into the dirt.
Ron Paul was part of the beginning of my political journey. Obviously, it's not where I was meant to end up because there's nothing to that ideology outside of the government should leave us the fuck alone. But
it just became perverted over time.
Agreed. But if you listen to Ron Paul talk, 2008 or whatever, and then you listen to Rand Paul talk today, it's not the same message. It's really not.
No, and I wonder what happened other than Lew Rockwell.
I don't know.
I think what happened is that the newsletter became a powerful fundraising instrument. It was easy to get at least the senior Paul as a spokesman, because his predecessors, Harry Brown and others, they were not, believe me, they're not charismatic people. These guys were, I refer to them as bow-tied academics, economists.
Yeah. Natalie mentioned AOC, saying, I keep hearing more and more bad on AOC, and I really hope it's just propaganda.
I think a lot of it's propaganda.
I think a lot of it's she put her fucking foot in her mouth. I mean, she was saying the socialists, besides the DSA, because, they're a funnel into the Democratic Party, besides the DSA, there is no groups that are doing anything to help the working class, but the Democratic Party is. She literally bashed socialists and praised Biden's administration in the same sentence. I don't remember the exact quote, so I'm not going to try to.
I remember looking at the exact quote and thinking that could be taken two or three ways. I don't think she definitively endorsed the Democratic Party and said this is the way and the light forward. People follow me. I think, and nor did she say that no other party, including the DSA, was up to any good. I think that what she said wasn't definitively DSA enough.
Yeah, I would agree. But I mean,
therefore, if it's not what I want to hear, then it's the opposite of what I want to hear. This is what I call is all or nothing politics, and this was taught to us by the Trump administration. We need not to follow into these traps continuously.
I mean, okay, I don't disagree with that. However, in terms of, I take voting records very seriously. In terms of,
fair enough.
In terms of her actual voting record, what of her campaign promises has she actually fought for?
I have no idea because I'm ignorant. And that's a great question to ask because I can't answer it.
I mean, I can't answer it as well as I should to be making the statement that I'm making, but I feel like she hasn't really done a whole lot. I mean, I'm not saying that she's one of the more right-wing people by any means. She's not, but she does call Pelosi Mama Bear, and I have problems with that.
I don't necessarily have problems with calling Nancy Pelosi Mama Bear. In fact, I don't have problems as much with Nancy Pelosi as I do other Democrats. And I'll tell you why. I am suspect of what they're saying about AOC for the same reason I'm suspect about what they're saying about Nancy Pelosi. For the same reason I'm suspect about what they're saying about Marjorie Taylor Greene. I see a woman in power, and I see a lot of men who don't like that shit. And they're going to say a lot of things that are provocative. Doesn't mean they're true.
That's fair. That's fair.
So,
I guess I mean honestly, I've mostly used Pelosi's voting record and net worth as
fair enough.
Is my reasons for my dislike.
You know what? And
I get your point.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. You know, that this is a walks like a duck, talks like a duck thing, right? But I think AOC is still young, bright, and very publicly identifies as a DSA candidate in every election she's ran in.
Yeah.
So yeah. Rashida Tlaib too. I mean, these are young women that are easy. I mean, look how long.
I have never said anything bad about her.
I know, man.
AOC, I do drag on sometimes.
I'm just cool. It's cool. And I think you should. I think it's great to question these folks.
I mean, I think the Democrat that's on either floor of Congress, the registered Democrat that I have the most respect for is probably. Why did I just draw a fucking blank? Oh my god!
I totally.
What's her name? The Black Lives Matter organizer.
Oh, the lady from Georgia.
She called Trump. No, it was Missouri, I think, wasn't it? She fucking called Trump the white supremacist in chief. Ooh. On her first day on the floor of the House.
Ooh. I don't know who that is. Is it the Indian
lady?
Lady?
No, she's black. We talked about her when Cori Bush. Oh my god.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, Missouri Congresswoman Cori Bush. You want to know what's funny? I googled white supremacist in chief, and the first thing that came up was Representative Cori Bush calls Trump white supremacist in chief.
Yeah.
From The Cut, from KMOV, from CNN, from LatinoJustice.org, from NBC, from The Independent, from Fox News, from The Rolling Stone. Oh, man.
I'm just saying, folks, look out for these people who are overly critical of women in powerful positions. Look out for people who are openly critical of people of color in powerful positions.
I have not found anything to be critical of Cori Bush on at this moment, and that's why I plugged it like that.
Right on. Okay, no worries. We're good.
Anyway, so Tesla was found guilty of union busting. Come on, Elon.
This is the asshole who said, yeah, you can buy a Tesla with Bitcoin. That's so totally cool, bro. And ignoring the fact that it costs more electricity to manufacture a single Bitcoin than it does to power a fleet of Teslas for a year.
Yeah. Man.
Fuck Elon Musk. Having said that, we do have a special Elon Musk donor level. You go to 4WeAreMany's Patreon at patreon.com/4WeAreMany. You will see, Elon, that we have set aside a special contribution level for you. The rest of you get pedestrian donation amounts.
Oh God. So in 2018, Elon wrote on Twitter, quote, "Nothing stopping Tesla team at our car plant from voting union. Could do so tomorrow if they wanted, but why pay union dues and give up stock options for nothing? That tweet began an investigation into the company by the National Labor Relations Board into union busting. Now, three years later, the board has found that Musk not only violated federal labor law with that tweet alone, but that he also illegally fired an employee, Richard Ortiz, for protected union activity. Ortiz was part of a campaign called Fair Future at Tesla, which is an ongoing campaign by the UAW to organize the electric car company. In their decision, the National Labor Relations Board found that Tusk's meat.
Fair enough. We're good.
Musk's tweet went above a typical statement that the company wants to stay union-free and was seen as threatening. This was exacerbated by the fact that Tesla considers communications from Musk, who founded the company, as official company communications. That is kind of fucked, honestly. I mean, I get why, but wow, they don't do that to anybody else.
No, you're right.
It is illegal to threaten to take away pay or benefits from workers if they are found to be organizing a union. That's not the first thing that I read out of that tweet 3 years ago when I read it, but I completely understand how they came to that conclusion. Why give up stock options? Who's given up anything? That's not why you form a union. Anyway, so in their decision, the NLRB ordered Tesla to offer Ortiz his job back and compensate him for lost earnings, benefits, and any adverse tax consequences that resulted from his firing. Tesla is also required to revise their confidentiality agreements that are given to employees to take out a section that bars workers from speaking to the media without explicit written permission from the company. National labor law, quote, protects employees when they speak with the media about working conditions, labor disputes, or other terms and conditions of employment. I can't believe it's taken them this long to go after Tesla, honestly.
Every time they do, the stock goes up.
Yeah.
They got a market cap of $600 billion versus GM's 80 or 60.
There is a comment from Johnny pertaining to donations, and Dean, that is your area.
What is it?
So I'm
What
gonna
is
let
it?
you handle it. He said, I tried to donate and it got stuck on the zip code section and I never got a confirmation. Will you check on that for me so I can give?
Well,
Is that Patreon or PayPal, first of all?
it sounds like PayPal because
That's
I don't
what I
think
thought.
Patreon does that. So,
So that's going to bring us out of Power of a Strike.
wait a minute. I got some figures and facts, right?
Oh,
Tesla, Tesla's market cap is, which means it's what Wall Street thinks is the sum total of a corporation's value, all assets, individuals, product, inventory, contracts, accounts receivable. $586.75 billion is their market cap. GM's market cap is $80.6 billion. Now, let's just, real world here, let's just look how many cars in 2020 did General Motors produced. It delivered 492,489 cars. Tesla produced, drum roll please, 180,000 cars. So I see a cognitive dissonance. Now, I'm not saying that the entire Tesla product business model its entire hustle is a scam, but I'm saying it's a fucking scam. So it is. So I don't know. I can tell you this. Tesla's vehicles are powered by battery IP. It was developed by General Motors and Daewoo jointly. Samsung had a hand in it too. So did LG. Every single car is built on templated and GM owned supply lines, right down to the bolt, right down to the brackets, right down to the snappy things that hold the paneling together. Just virtually every component of that car, and it's producing cars in a General Motors facility. It's a former NUMMI plant that built Geos with Toyota in a joint venture between GM and Toyota called the NUMMI, which is North American United Motors something Incorporated. They produced when you saw your Geo Metros and your Geo Trackers and your Pontiac Vibes and your Toyota Matrixes, those were all cars that were made basically Frankenstein monsters of GM and Toyota technology. Some cases it was the best of both worlds. Some cases it was literally the worst of both worlds. So, but I digress. Let me answer a message really quick. And let me check the comments real quick because I think Rob stepped out, which means that he'll be right back, which is fine. I can continue to riff on Tesla. Listen, I'm not a Tesla hater. I'm not an electric car hater. I do have my issues with electric versus combustion engine. Anytime you put a big shit ton of flammable of hydrocarbons into a metal box and they slosh around exploding, that sounds like a problem. But honestly, for the power, even though we've got our whole petrochemical industry, which is something I could riff about for hours, I will not, mercifully. I still think that if the goal is eco-socialism or eco-responsibility, I'm sorry, but I believe that your gasoline engines still produce the safest, cleanest alternative. Now, if we could divert the manufacturer's attention away from the horsepower arms race or the horsepower war and making cars increasingly more powerful. And for example, I mean to say that between the two vehicles in my driveway, I have nearly 1,000 pounds of at the wheel horsepower available to me. That's a lot of power for me and my wife, right? If they could turn that attention to fuel economy and savings, we may be able to literally disrupt any notion that electric vehicle power is a responsible pathway to the future. In my opinion, unless that power is generated through ecological means, it's just as dirty as pumping gas in your car.
So I don't disagree with that, but and I mean, for that matter, lithium mining is a fucking problem.
That's a disaster too, right?
But that being said, I mean, it's not, in my eyes, it's not that cut and dry because there are alternatives for batteries. No, Tesla's not using them yet. No, other companies aren't either. But I mean, hemp batteries have been proven and tested in a lab at this point. It's time for real world. And those are renewable. And you're totally right about manufacturers focusing on horsepower. And I've never understood that because, I mean, electric cars give you more torque, period.
I mean, seriously, between two cars in my driveway, I've got nearly, I wouldn't say thousands, more like, let me do quick math. Okay, 19 divided by 71. And I do math very slowly, folks. Give Rob a chance to pull his next article up and align himself in the comments. No, it's really more like, I got like three. What is the Nissan? It's 2018 Nissan Murano. It's about 300 horsepower, which is fucking insane.
My 2016 Rogue only has like 174 or something like that.
Which is reasonable. I mean, that's reasonable for a car. I think that's reasonable for honestly, I think that's a reasonable amount of horsepower for this, for our Murano. And then I have a heavy duty truck. I have a big truck. And obviously that's not a hot rod or a a show truck or a vanity truck, that's a work vehicle. It's a blunt instrument. It's like having a
You
heavy
you
hammer.
mean you mean it's not like lifted with brush guards and a
No,
fucking bar light?
no,
Oh,
it hauls iron and wood, and it's a work truck. It's a work vehicle, but it's still sitting on damn near 500 horsepower. And it's not modified in any way. It's the way it was delivered from the factory. It's a 2012 GMC 2500 HD, and it hauls wrestling ring and wrestlers and wrestling garbage, and it probably can pull my house if it was on wheels.
I believe that.
And for
But I
those
mean,
folks were
don't forget
not
the-
aware,
And don't get me wrong, part of it was a stunt because it was a train on tracks, but the new electric Ford F-150
I saw that.
literally moved a 1,000,000-pound train.
I saw that, and you know what? It is a capability of being a generator in and of itself. So you could literally pull your trailer, and you can idle your truck and power your trailer silently, cleanly. That's crazy cool, man.
I mean, I don't know. I've been talking about, when it's time to get a new car, which, I mean, I have a 2016 that has 114,000 miles on it. I hope I get, double that out of it. But.
And you will. With that particular model, you probably will. More than double.
I'm hoping so. But when it is time, I'm hoping to be able to go electric. And I like the versatility of a truck in terms of being able to go places in it and being able to haul things with it. So, I doubt that it'll be in my price range, but I would totally enjoy having an electric F-150.
So Elon's response to that is, instead of giving you a modest truck with an enormous amount of flexibility and capability like that Ford vehicle, his response is to give you a 1,000 horsepower monster that isn't even a truck, it's a toy.
Time out though. I mean, the security glass and the rolled steel. I mean, that thing's gonna stop small arms fire. I'm just saying.
Okay, and the angles might make it very difficult to be tracked on radar. I agree. However, let's face it, none of the Tesla products are there to be economical. They're status statements, and they're displays of wealth and power, and I think that's obscene. I've been in a P1000 Tesla that's been floored. It is literally a supernatural experience. I have been in rare muscle cars that were nowhere near as fast and as powerful as those vehicles are. That's obscene.
Yeah, they are. They really are obscene. They call one of their settings ludicrous launch mode.
Ludicrous mode, and there's another one even above that now, I guess. I forgot what they call it.
Oh my God, what? Why do you need anything faster than that? They're already, people are taking stock Teslas to the drag strips and smoking fucking everything.
Yes, they are. And the little kid in me kind of thinks that's pretty cool. I ain't gonna lie, it is kind of cool, but it really is going in the opposite direction of where we probably should be.
Yeah.
$160,000 vanity supercar is probably not.
And then the Model Y the Model 3 was supposed to
be the more pedestrian version, right?
Right, and I mean, it is, but is it? Because if you want anything,
still, by the time you get it, by the time you build it out, and by the time you wait for it, by the time you put a huge down payment on it and wait in line for it, you're still looking at like 55,000.
Yeah.
Which is, pretty much about what the sticker price on your truck, your electric Ford truck, the one that'll be a generator for your camper, on about a gallon and a half worth of gas, silently and cleanly. Power your camper and your neighbor's camper.
Well, yeah, people in Texas were fucking powering their homes with it.
Yep.
And Ford, man, I hate that they capitalized on it because I hate capitalism. But from that perspective, I can't even blame them. They got reports from fucking owners that they were, able to stay warm and safe during a fucking event like that due to their fucking Ford F-150. Of course they're going to capitalize on that.
There's a story, I forgot to bring this up, I think it was in the 70s, mid to early 70s. The city of Montreal took an electric locomotive. They lost power, similarly to Houston, Dallas, whatever. They dragged an electric locomotive engine literally down the street, tore the street up and everything, and wired the city up to it and powered the city until the power came back on.
Wow.
That's pretty badass. Oh, speaking of, look where we are. And you're on mute, buddy.
Yeah.
All right.
Whatever, Dean.
Sorry. See, folks, the difference between Rob and I is he'll hit his vape and mute himself politely. I will not.
I totally skipped the whole section on accident. I don't know what I did. I think I hit the space bar. Anyway, 6 months of summer could be the norm by 2100, study finds. Global warming will change the lengths of the 4 seasons to such a point that the northern hemisphere could see 6-month summers by 2100. Winters could last less than 2 months a year, while spring and fall would be similarly shorter. That would have a worldwide impact. It would disturb agriculture and animal behavior. It would increase the number of heat waves, storms, wildfires. Tropical mosquitoes carrying viruses would migrate north, causing outbreaks of diseases that we potentially haven't even seen.
Mm-hmm.
In the article, Emily ended up taking the part out, but I wanted to touch on it. There's an expert here in Arizona that disagrees that summers in Arizona will ever be 6 months long, and they're already 4.5. So I don't know what the fuck she's talking about. But
Emily, I want to go on record saying as I do not agree with Rob for this. I mean, he's dissenting right now. He's on his own.
Thanks, Dean.
No problem. I'm with you all the way, bud.
A federal judge, Michael Watson, blocked further oil and gas extraction on Ohio's only national forest. I'd say that's a bit of good news. Over 40,000 acres of Ohio's Wayne National Forest was open to fracking last year. Good old Trump. It would destroy Indiana's bat habitat, pollute watersheds, pollute water supplies, endanger other federally protected species in the area.
Irresponsible.
The ruling rebuked U.S. Forest Service and Bureau of Land Management for failing to consider threats to public health, endangered species, and watersheds. And the ruling prohibits new drilling permits, surface disturbance on existing leases, and prohibits water withdrawals from the Little Muskingum River for already approved drilling. So if they're gonna frack for already approved drilling, they can no longer take their water from the river. That's a pretty big step, I think. Anyway. No, Emily, I do appreciate your help. Moving on.
Sorry, I had to switch your microphones.
Likely story.
No, what it really was.
So we are into combating fascism. You lost your headphone. You can't hear anything I'm saying right now.
I can.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm good. You're good, man. Yep.
Whatever. All right. So Ron Weiser refused to resign as criticism of horrifically reckless comments mounts.
I ever heard about this. Okay, go ahead.
At a meeting for the North Oakland Republican Club, Ron Weiser said, quote, "Our job is now to soften up those three witches and have good candidates against them. Be ready for the next burning at the stake."
Oh my God in heaven.
And then he said that his
What did I
words
just
were
say?
taken out of context. So if you don't know, this is all in Michigan. This is all the GOP. Of fucking
Right.
course it is. The three witches he's referring to are three elected women: Gretchen Whitmer, the governor; Dana Nessel, the attorney general; and Jocelyn Benson, secretary of state.
That's correct.
Ah, I remember. In a meeting about steps. What? Oh, steps the GOP should take, towards Peter Meyer and Fred Upton for voting to impeach Trump, Weiser said, quote, "Other than assassination, I have no other way than voting. You have to go out there and support their opponents." And then he later tweeted, quote, "I made some comments that are clearly being taken out of context. While I should have chosen my words more carefully, anyone who knows me understands I would never advocate for violence." Many fellow board members have urged for his resignation as his behavior does not align with the U of M values, but he refuses.
Yeah.
New York ended qualified immunity. Did you hear about that?
I did.
You want to talk about it?
Not really. Not really. I don't know what you know. I mean, I do. I
mean, I kind of agree that I don't know. I don't know enough yet, myself. But I do know it's the first city in the country to do it.
The bottom line is, and I'll sum up what I do know, if it's okay.
Yeah.
There has been movement. This is more along the lines of holding police accountable or accountable for their behavior and instantiating some sorts of reform. New York City has notoriously been basically a safe haven for police and has been for the last 100 years. Let's not forget that the New York City Police Department is the nation's police force, and it always has been. And believe that their numbers are staggering. There's hundreds of thousands of them, and this measure enables some accountability for them, and meaning removing some forms of immunity from prosecution and removing some forms of liability from a civil standpoint for being sued in civil court, whereas before it was not normal and pretty much basically impossible. So this was a city council action and probably has a greater impact on the entire let's change the way our law enforcement community helps us. That's the nicest way I can think of to put it. It is probably the biggest move towards police reform, if not the biggest. And that's what I know, and that's why I say I'm hesitant, because it's huge and it's an evolving story, and I don't know all of the details yet. I mean, this isn't very old, guys. This just happened here. What? When was it?
The 26th.
Yeah, like yes, exactly. Just recently. So that's what I know. And I think you did right. I think when people see the show notes, you'll see that we link to the local story, which I think is always best. Even if it's not full of detail, at least we can say that these are local reporters that are sitting in those city hall meetings, city council meetings, whatever. I always like the local reporting better, if possible.
Agreed.
No.
For that matter, if you are a independent journalist that does not have a platform, we are here for you.
Yeah, I agree. No, even if it's not on our platform, we can also help you with your platform.
True. Critics argued scrapping the protection will make officers less aggressive in fighting crime.
Great. That sounds great.
City Council Speaker Corey Johnson, however, said, quote, "It has been used to deny justice to victims of police abuse for decades." And after the vote, he tweeted, quote, "Rooted in our nation's history of systemic racism, qualified immunity denied freedom riders justice and has been used to deny justice to victims of police abuse for decades. It should never have been allowed, but I'm proud that we took action today to end it here in New York City."
Like I said, it's big, and I don't want to screw up the details. And it's one of those things that we just dropped a stone in the water, and the effects are starting to cascade out now. It's huge. And I said, the New York City Police Department is one of the, if not, it is the largest police force in the world, unless you count maybe China.
And China has fewer citizens in prison than we do, and like what, 8 times our population? I just made that up, but
Well, let's see. Yeah, it's about about 8 times. Yeah, that's pretty accurate for shooting from the hip.
yeah, that was totally hip fire. Oh, wow.
1.58 billion versus 330 million.
That's a lot of people. So also in New York, despite the objections of police unions, New York published the misconduct records of more than 83,000 police officers.
Yeah, like I said, hundreds of thousands of individuals, right?
I mean, and that's another big step. So this basically was in response to last August, the New York Civil Liberties Union released data that revealed more than 323,000 misconduct complaints filed against more than 80,000 New York police officers, just after police unions failed to block the records from being exposed in a federal appeals court. And, well, now they're available to the public. I mean, there's more to the article, but that's pretty much the story. So the New York City Civilian Complaint Review Board published a new searchable database this month, and then the NYPD provided its own database shortly thereafter. But yeah, these are literally searchable documents, publicly available. This should be the norm, ladies and gentlemen.
Yep.
And of course, police unions were heavily against it. Who would have ever fucking guessed?
Yeah, this has always been one of these paradoxes for me, the police union versus, organized labor in general. It's always been a paradox for me.
Well, I mean, we talked a little bit last week about cultural contradictions while we were reading the Little Red Book.
Yes, we were. And that's a good use case.
Georgia legislator was arrested. That was State Representative Park Cannon. Basically for just standing there.
Yep.
She knocked on the governor's door as he signed a controversial elections bill, which we already talked about, in a closed-door ceremony. She knocked on his door and got arrested. She was forcibly removed from the Capitol by 2 officers and surrounded by more while repeatedly identifying herself as a legislator, and was placed into a police car. So the reason that's important is because in the state of Georgia, it is illegal to arrest a legislator during a legislative session. They are not immune from arrest, but you cannot arrest them at the fucking Capitol.
Pretty shameful. And if you've been paying attention to the story, you've been seeing the photographs of these men who did this in front of a portrait of a literal plantation. And you've seen the remixes of them being in hoods and other things that are kind of pretty much spot on, but
I have a gift. A gift. That's funny. It's a video.
Are you serious? No, you are not. Represent.
She's not under arrest.
What for what? Under arrest for what? For trying to see something that our governor is doing? Our governor is signing a bill that affects all Georgians, and you're going to arrest an elected representative. Why does the governor have more power than a representative? Why are you arresting her?
That's what I'm asking.
Stop arresting her.
Why are you arresting
Why?
her?
Cite the violation. Cite the code. What is she in violation of? I want you to cite the code.
Arrest! For what reason am I under arrest? Speak to me! Why am I under arrest? There is no reason for me to be arrested. I am a legislator. Do not touch me! Why are there 3 officers touching me? I am not doing anything! I am literally not doing anything. Stop pulling on.
So literally,
not doing anything.
not doing, literally standing there. She is dragged out by a bunch of white men. I don't have anything good to say about it, but she was charged with 2 misdemeanors under state law: obstruction of law enforcement, who I would say was obstructing government functions, but you know, what do I know? And preventing or disrupting General Assembly. The disruption was the fucking cops. She was doing her job. That's all I have to say about that, because any more is going to get me in trouble.
Not with us.
Well, no, but with, you know, Zuckerberg and...
Yep. Suddenly, Parler didn't seem like such a terrible idea. It just hosted such a bunch of terrible people.
What if the left were to take over Parler?
It was attempted. It pretty much did.
I don't know. I never went on to Parler. No. I was good.
I did, because that's where the Q people were driven once Facebook decided that they didn't like the Q and nonsense. So I kept following them on Parler, but I never really learned how my way around well enough before it got shut down. It seemed kind of weird and spammy to me. Literally weird. Like, I couldn't understand the interface really. Just it was poorly executed. And it showed.
So Ralph Nader said Democrats ushered in an era of corporate fascism.
Wow. And didn't he?
That
didn't they ever?
I mean, I can't even. Good on you, Ralph. Good on you. He didn't mince words at all.
Dang. That is pretty heavy.
So with Joe Biden in the White House and Democrats controlling Congress and the Senate, Ralph Nader, the lifelong good government crusader and consumer advocate, issues a stark warning to progressives. The Democratic Party is still not on the side of working Americans, no matter what politicians, media pundits, and their corporate donors will have us think. The former Green Party presidential candidate has dedicated his life to putting pressure on America's most powerful corporate and political leaders. And while some activists are already ready to let the Biden administration get away with ecocide, expanded drone wars, and other forms of murder, Nader is prepared to do no such thing. His thorough and well-researched critiques, such as his recent piece on the Democrat-assisted corporate takeover of Medicare, are needed now more than ever. On this week's installment of The Sheer Intelligence, the host, Robert Sheer, I'm on his website right now, sheerpost.com, asks Nader, what have you learned in these 60 years of being a consumer advocate and public intellectual? And he said, quote, one thing I've learned is that Democrats are on an infinite journey towards cowardliness, because now they're getting credit for their $1.9 trillion stimulus bill, 100% financed on the shoulders of our children and grandchildren, without a single effort to rescind the Trump-era tax cuts that are at least $2 trillion over the 10 years since they were passed in 2017. Nader points to the many institutional taboos that Democrats won't speak of, let alone challenge, such as tax cuts for corporations, tax cuts for the super rich, outrageously bloated Pentagon budgets. He says that they may look better compared to the cruelest, most vicious Republicans, but they don't address any of the significant problems impacting Americans every day, and that at the same time stifle dissent from the progressive wing of the party. He argues that all of this is part of the system that we now live in, thanks to both political parties selling out to corporate interests. But Nader goes even further from calling our current system corporate capitalism or socialism and labels it corporate fascism due to the fact that moneyed interests have strategic power over everything from our diets to our public lands. Here's the rub. It has never taken more than 1% active citizens scattered throughout the country representing or building the majority public opinion to change Congress on any number of agendas throughout history. That's about it, but I agree with everything he said. Whatever happened to Trish dialing in?
Good question. Nothing from what I can see. I think she's driving, incapacitated to call, perhaps.
I mean, Don's not, though.
That's true. But they're together, right?
Yeah.
There you go. Don and Trish, if you can hear us, please join in, say hi, and then you can fuck off. If you choose. I mean, not literally, but figuratively.
Now we're diving into LGBTQ news. The governor of Arkansas signed a bill letting doctors refuse to treat based on morality and religion. I'm not even going to open the article. The headline is self-explanatory. I read it when I was putting these together, and how the fuck can you be a doctor if you refuse to treat a patient based on fucking anything?
Well, they have historically relied upon the Hippocratic Oath, and that they cannot treat a person if their treatment is clouded by their own ideology.
I'm aware of that, but I mean, so that goes to the doctors too. If the doctor's judgment's clouded by their own fucking ideology, they can't treat a patient.
That's what I'm saying.
Wow.
That's what I just said. Like, the doctors themselves are saying, well, I don't like people of that persuasion, and therefore I can't treat them because I don't like them. And if I don't like them, I shouldn't treat them.
Well,
because I'm not going to do a good job.
They shouldn't be doctors. That's where I'm at with it.
So, but yet and still, right?
How are we still here in 2021?
I blame the rock that Trump kicked and all of the nasty things issued forth.
That's fair.
This is what we were afraid of when all of us, you, me, and everyone hearing my voice, postulated that it isn't Trump that was the worst thing, that it's what might follow him. And have we not seen, unless of course we are in the media reality distortion field that is simply provoking us because they're not selling enough coke like they used to under Trump, who said something provocative every 15 minutes.
Yep.
But the reality is, the LGBT community in that zip code will now receive less care or substandard care or no care, as opposed to someone who does not identify as an LGBTQ type of person or whatever. So
I guess what I'm trying to say is, if your freedom of religion oppresses people, it's not a freedom.
no, isn't that interesting? It's the showdown of wills, right? It's the showdown of ideologies, and that's what freedom really represents. That's what, I'm sorry to offend any constitutional fetishists that are listening here. If you're still a constitutional fetishist, I would argue you're immature and you need to grow the fuck up. That is the real subversion of the Constitution. It enables the most powerful ideology to always win.
This is also why
No matter how repugnant it is.
This is also why some left-wing authoritarian states have placed limitations on things like the freedom of speech.
Mm-hmm.
Free speech can lead to oppression, and we see it every fucking day.
Well, if majority rules,
I'm
you're in
totally...
trouble if your majority is a pack of dumbasses.
Yeah.
So I don't mean to sound like an elitist liberal. I don't think that people are dumbasses. But I do think that we tend to collectively make decisions that hurt minority communities.
I would not disagree with that. Now we're getting into our well-armed proletariat segment.
Oh, do we have a hot gun of the day or no?
The working class firearm of the week?
Yeah, hot piece of the day. Oh yeah, look at there.
The top one. Fuck, let's see if I get this right. If I
It's
remember
a
correctly,
very large capacity. Both of them are.
It's basically the same gun. They're both made by Mossberg. The top one, if I remember correctly, is the Maverick 88, which is a cheaper version, essentially a Mexican-made Mossberg 500, 12 gauge.
Oh, all right.
I felt like we probably all, in terms of our little group, have... I'd say it's probably pretty difficult to assume that none of us have shot a Mossberg 500. I mean, my dad has one.
No, I think I have.
They're really okay. So when
They're
we're
not
looking,
subtle.
they're definitely not subtle. But I mean, my thought was home defense.
Right. I think they're a terrible home defense weapon, unless you modify them heavily.
Why do you say that?
Well, they're big.
They are big.
And they're big, long sticks. And if you're trying to go around a corner or navigate a hallway, or take aim at, yes, I agree, you can. But you've seen the shot groups, man. I mean, at 25, 30 feet, right inside of a house, so you're talking about less space. There is room for error, believe it or not.
I mean, that's fair. That's fair.
Now you got to wield a 3-foot long iron and wood stick and make sure that doesn't bump in the wall and that you don't fumble it. And it just introduces, in my opinion, multiple points of failure in home defense. I don't know what the perfect home defense weapon is. I would say it's probably a revolver, even though it has a limited capacity, but it's the simplest thing to operate in an emergency.
I agree with that. That's why I chose a revolver for the first pistol we did.
Got it right on. Although I think the shotgun may be an anti-violence measure once that's seen and heard, that might be enough of a deterrent that no blood is spilled. perhaps.
That's actually what I was gonna say. Is when you hear a 12 gauge get racked, you turn around and you fucking run. I don't
think
care how
everybody
big
knows
you
that
are.
sound. Yeah.
If you don't, I don't know how.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it would stop me cold, that sound has stopped me cold. I'm not gonna lie.
But no, and I mean, I think that you stumbled upon. I think that it's best for home defense because you hear that fucker rack and you're gone.
Yeah, I think it might be it actually might provoke a lack of violence. Or less violence even. I think the sight of it and the sound of it may be enough of a deterrent to de-escalate or at least put you in control of a situation. However,
So-
if you are in the emergency, if you're already under fire, if you're already in a do or die situation, my advice is practice with it. A lot. Till it becomes instinctive in its movement and in its operation.
I had it backwards though. The Mossberg 500 is the
Top one.
yeah.
That's why I thought the capacity, like, wow, there's a lot of shells in that thing.
Yeah, the 88 holds 5+1. The Mossberg 500 holds
9, I bet, yeah.
that says 5+1. There ain't no way. Because when I was looking at this before, I could have sworn it was 8+1.
And that's what I thought, 9. I don't know what the legality is here locally or for you about shotgun
Or well,
rounds.
yeah, I mean that could be why it's showing me at an Arizona Cabela's a 5+1.
Yeah, that might be a local legislated capacity.
I mean, to be fair though, if you can't kill what you're trying to kill with 6 shots from a 12 gauge, you're dead already anyway.
Yeah, an old man told me if you're gonna buy a shotgun, make sure it's a single shot
Why?
because then your wife can't shoot twice. Shoot at you twice.
Damn. Anyway, the point is, it's okay. And remember, when we're talking about the Mossberg 500, we're talking about a rifle, or not even a rifle. We're talking about a shotgun, even more simple, that is intended to be taken camping, hunting, in terrible fucking conditions.
Correct.
You know,
Right.
drop it in
Yeah.
the fucking mud
Dirty.
and pick it back up.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yep. And it'll last a lifetime. And the Mossberg 500 itself is about $350. If that's too much for you, there's the Maverick 88, which is essentially the same gun for about $100 less.
I was gonna say, I think that's like you could have that for $299 or no, $199. Yeah.
You probably could, yeah. Suggested retail price is $250.
Got it. Yeah, you can get that for $199. I'm almost sure of it. And the rounds are plentiful and cheap. They can be had at Myers or your local Walmart or your local sport goods or even
Hardware store.
hardware store. Yes.
That's where I bought. Well, I mean, I guess I didn't buy my first gun because I was a literal child. But that's where my the shotgun that I still have that I don't have out in Arizona with me. That's where that came from. Was the hardware store.
They're easy to disassemble. They're easy to clean.
Yep.
They're easy to maintain. They are highly effective in, I would say, in a situation in nature. If you were to be camping and you encounter an animal that has a greater capability of than you do, or your pet dog does, that's a nice piece to have with you. Wolf, bear, coyote, you have a better chance.
Well, I mean, it will take down a wolf or a coyote. I mean, a bear. You might need a couple of those 6 shots.
You might need a couple shots but I think that bears behaviorally are trying to get by like us. So maybe the concussion is enough to run them away. I don't know.
I mean, I honestly feel like a warning shot would probably do better with a bear than actually shooting it. If you shoot it, it's probably going to try to fight back.
Yeah, it's gonna get real desperate, isn't it?
Yeah.
Not saying I don't know firsthand. I don't know. I have had experience with a wild boar, and I can tell you right now, you can shoot them guys all you want. They're coming. They're coming for you. They're coming. And if you run out of rounds before they run out of steam, they're gonna get you. Them guys are really nasty.
Yeah. I have heard stories about wild boars. I have never encountered one myself, and I'm thankful for that.
Yeah, I had one keep me and about 5 people in a tree for the better part of a day because we couldn't we were defenseless essentially. I had a crossbow with tiny darts, like those 8-inch, 10-inch darts. Them things were literally bouncing off of that guy.
Oh, wow.
We sat there until people came for us, and the sound of the truck ran them away.
Wow.
But we were stuck up there for hours. We all had it. We were dying. We were thirsty and hungry, and we were worried that we were going to be up there overnight even. But that was in Fort Polk, Louisiana.
Wow. So Natalie said, I am small, and years ago I tried a 12 gauge. It didn't actually knock me on my ass, but darn near. It is heavy. It is big. It does kick. It's a shotgun.
It does, but you can learn to manage that.
Yes.
Your body does become accustomed and can adapt to that. I've seen 12-year-old girls who weighed literally 65 pounds shoot 12 gauges successfully.
Yeah, I mean, again, I'm from a small town of fucking 1,200 people. It was not that uncommon to see small children shooting, like a 12
big
gauge
shotguns. Yep.
Or at least a 20 gauge. I mean, that's the preferred. I would say the preferred hunting weapon of choice up there is shotguns because they're so versatile and so reliable and so rugged.
I would argue that rounds number 1 through 25 or so are going to be an event. After that, you will learn how to manage that weapon.
Yep.
And it'll become intuitive.
Yep. Well said.
But as a home defense, you're in a do or die situation. I would not be the gun I reach for personally.
Well, I mean, right now my other option is an AK, which is also about 3 feet long.
Yeah, but you got a couple dozen rounds in that, I'm sure, plus some.
Well, I mean, the magazine that I keep in case I ever need it in the middle of the night, the one that I keep partially loaded is only got 10 rounds in it.
Okay.
But I do have 30-round magazines.
Yep. Yeah, and it's another 3.5-3-foot metal stick with wooden accoutrement. It's an awkward and ungainly thing to try to manage in a hallway or around a corner or around.
That's not to say it can't be done, though. I mean, remember the Vietnamese use those in extremely dense vegetation.
Yeah, they did, and they.
Well, of course, mine's American and theirs was Russian, but.
Yeah, well, they did, and they had motivation, and training and experience.
Well, and that's the thing is, I guess it's important that we stumbled upon that because I recommend that anyone who owns a gun or is near a gun or has thought about buying a gun should be trained in gun safety. Frankly, I think with the amount of guns that we have in our society, it should be taught in high school. But that being said, learn.
Oh yeah, and if you don't know and you don't know who to learn from, literally just post on social media, "Hey, who can teach me how to shoot?" And it'll be like the GIF where all the hot dogs go flying in the girl's face. Hundreds of thirsty mansplaining motherfuckers will show up to teach you how to shoot a gun. Male, female, doesn't matter what you are. You will have volunteers to help you learn that weaponry in Legion. because I've never seen anybody volunteer information quicker than dudes about guns. Holy shit.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. But that being said, if you don't know how to safely use a gun or take care of a gun, learn these things before you get a gun.
Or go talk to your local Antifa super slut. She will take you to class on the finer points of firearms maintenance management and usage.
Oh man. So
Sorry, Randy Tolar, if you are or not the Green Party presidential candidate for 2024, we don't mean to offend with our Antifa sentiment.
So I'm not going to dive too deep into this, but I actually have a story in the Well-Armed Proletariat section
Oh, good,
today.
cool, good, go for it. I'm sorry it took us down such a long.
Oh,
process.
you're good. Upholding Hawaii law, federal court rules that no right to carry arms, or there is no right to carry arms openly in public. That being said, that is in respect to an existing law in Hawaii that banned open carry. Basically, the NRA or some similar group tried to say that it was unconstitutional for Hawaii to say, you can't open carry here. And the federal court was like, yes, they can.
Really? Okay.
Yeah. I mean,
Wonder what
I
the
don't
origin
really
of that
have...
is. Was it a local local measure, or was it statewide?
It was statewide, yeah.
Okay.
And, well, actually, this is a ruling in response to that law, where they chose to uphold that law. I mean, Brady, United Against Gun Violence President Chris Brown hailed it as a huge blow to the NRA and, quote, much needed good news following recent high-profile gun massacres. The court's opinion, authored by Judge Jay Bybee, a George W. Bush appointee known for writing the former president's torture authorization memos, said, quote...
I remember that guy. I forgot all about him.
Yeah, me too. I thought the name sounded familiar.
Yep.
He said, quote, there is no right to carry arms openly in public, nor is it any such right within the scope of the Second Amendment. And then Bybee said the government may regulate and even prohibit in public places, including government buildings, churches, schools, and markets, the open carrying of small arms capable of being concealed, whether they are carried concealed or openly. We have laws like this on the books in Arizona, and nobody freaks out about it being anti-gun or against the Second Amendment. We're supposedly the most firearms-friendly state in the nation. We have constitutional carry, whether it's concealed or open. You still can't take it into a fucking church or a school or a fucking market or government buildings. I don't understand where that, like, I don't know.
No, you're good.
Kathy said, keep justice supporters in Minneapolis and your thoughts and prayers. Just joining you now. Kathy, I'm so glad you brought that up. I mean, a lot happened today on the court case, and I thought that it was still just jury selection, so I didn't put anything in the presentation for today. But here in a second, we should probably... actually, we're at the end of the segment. We should probably look into what's going on in Minneapolis.
Well, there was a live stream of the courtroom activities that happened all day. Plus, most of the networks carried the feed, so we watched George Floyd die over and over and over again on national television.
That was played in front of the jury, right? That has been submitted as evidence and accepted.
Yep, and it was. I don't know if it was accepted as evidence.
It better be.
But it was played for the jury, and it was played for the entire world.
I have such hard feelings about that trial, honestly. I felt that what was going to happen was made perfectly clear when they started erecting the barricades.
Oh yeah, yes, and they were non-trivial barricades.
Yeah. There was an act of civil disobedience today. They were putting padlocks on it with names
Good.
of all of the black men that have been killed by police.
Wow, man.
And I mean, I watched quite a bit of it. I would wager a guess that it was in the hundreds. And that was from Unicorn Riot. That wasn't from mainstream media. They're not talking about what's going on outside on mainstream media. They're talking about the trial. Whereas Unicorn Riot generally has feeds for both, sometimes at the same time.
Well, I know they carried a casket and all kinds of things.
Solidarity with anybody that's out in Minneapolis right now.
Yeah.
Well, this time of night, there probably aren't too many out, but you know what I mean.
I don't know. I was actually looking to make sure that they weren't on the streets as we speak.
I mean, it is possible, but they haven't done anything stupid yet, have they?
No, I would agree that they are allowing the state to appear as the aggressor so far by the barricades and by the massive amount of blue lives present. And the fact that they're broadcasting this again, right? It appears that this is going to be, to me, it seems like it has the capability of being another OJ level event. And if they do not rule to convict this individual, I gotta believe that there's going to be repercussions. I can't.
I mean, I'm not going to try to beat around the bush here. I feel like if they make the wrong decision, Minneapolis is going to burn to the fucking ground.
And not just Minneapolis, it'll spread.
Oh, it'll spread, but that's going to be ground zero, just like it was in May.
Yes, like it was in May, indeed. And we're in our second wave, and we've got 2 new strains that are making us all sick again. Lord have mercy. What a fucked up time.
I mean, it's sad that it has to happen now, but if it didn't happen 50 years ago, we can't wait anymore. And I mean, I say we, but I'm not even black. I can't imagine how they feel. They see this happen over and over and over and over and over, and every fucking time the white cop gets off.
Oh. I feel like we are the example of how not to be a manager and govern and police ourselves, and we're the antithesis of a democracy. I don't know any way to put it. No any other way to put it.
Yeah. Well, this is going to take us down a little bit brighter hole, hopefully.
Oh, good news.
Science. I wish it wasn't copyrighted. I would totally play the Bill Nye the Science Guy theme right now.
Or the other one, Blinded Me.
Yeah. So new illustrations are showcasing Neanderthals' warm weather lifestyle. The reason I wanted to put this in here is the reason it's big, actually. So a recent discovery inspired these drawings, or this drawing anyway, and I'll get to that in a second. I have a picture to show. Excavations in Bollamore Cave near the Mediterranean coast of what's now eastern Spain have produced evidence of trees, plants, and animals during the Neanderthal era. Oh, what I was getting to is previously it's been widely accepted that the Neanderthals primarily lived in the cold, right? Like, I mean, it's even portrayed that way in
artist
movies.
renditions and things like that. There was an Ice Age era society, right?
Right. Well, which this would tell me it was pre-Ice Age. They probably died out during the Ice Age. But anyway, insights about local plant life come largely from pollen grains and spores found in sediment layers. From Bollamore Cave, they found that Neanderthals probably ate fruit, nuts, and seeds of plants. Amuro Seller, the illustrator, and her group now want to explore how these plants grew in the wild and how they look prior to evolution via farming practices the last few thousand years. Animal remains inspire other parts of the drawing, such as a Neanderthal child watching a tortoise. Tortoises were cooked and eaten along with hares, rabbits, birds, and deer. Sounds familiar, don't it? But
Well, yeah, and we knew that there was. Go ahead. No, I like that very much.
yeah, me too. What were you gonna say though? Go ahead.
Well, we knew that genetically the overlap is there, right?
Right.
And that there are haploid groups that carry more Neanderthal DNA than do others. So we know the genetic, we don't know it, but we are aware of the genetic footprint, right? And we also are aware of the archaeological record, which this is more of.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the archaeological record has not been great in terms of what their diet was or what their climate was like.
Yeah, this is 100% like forensic anthropology,
Yeah, and that's what I thought was cool about it, honestly.
To be able to look through strata, find things, make connections, like Blue's Clues.
Yeah.
They cultivate plants. So what kind? If we can date those spores, if we can even date the genetics within those plants, and then correlate those to present day or other eras that there's maybe a greater archaeological record for, or other scientific evidence, then we start to portray a picture of how they manage themselves both economically and socially, right? And more importantly, did we just have a great big giant what is our species called? I'm drawing a blank.
Homo sapien?
Did we have a Homo sapien and Neanderthal war? What the hell happened?
Yeah,
where are they? Simple evolution? Was there some failure? Was it plague? Did they have the coronavirus or a similar problem?
I mean, it could have simply been climate change, which is funny to say from our perspective because now we're dealing with the opposite. But I mean, going into the Ice Age,
right.
They were not evolutionarily. Oh my God, take 3. Evolutionarily, ready for something like the Ice Age.
We 100 years without sun.
Yeah. So, I mean, honestly, like, it's kind of a miracle that as much life survived as it did.
Or well, rather, I should say 10,000 years without sun.
Yeah. I don't know.
So
that's gonna be fun to look back on in the future after we understand more about it, I think.
So your Denisovians, your older haploid groups, the people that went from Ethiopia down to India, those that got close as they possibly could to the equator, persisted. Kind of seems common sense. I don't know. Maybe I'm oversimplifying it because I'm a pedestrian.
Well, I mean, true, but they also, I mean, that was in Spain. It's not like that's super far north.
True.
So maybe some of them did try and then it turned into a war. Who knows?
Right. You're on my turf. Makes me wonder how the 4 corners were even populated under those constructs, but go ahead.
That is a very good question, isn't it?
Yeah.
The next story is a little more weird. It's more modern science for sure.
I love weird stories.
So they have successfully grown mouse embryos in bottles to the point where they're forming organs and limbs.
Oh, good. We're almost to the point of being able to grow chicken nuggets at the McDonald's without the chicken.
Well, I mean, I think that they're using this to study development and what can go wrong during said development. But developmental scientists at the Weizmann Institute of Science in Israel have created a method, of course it's in Israel, have created a method for growing mouse embryos outside of uterus for longer than ever before. It took more than 7 years of trial and error, but you can now see organs form. Something has been hidden by mother's body, something that has been hidden by the mother's bodies. Rotating bottles filled with nutrients keep the mouse embryos alive from days 5 to 11, roughly, of development, which is half of the mouse gestation period. And the embryos had grown hind limbs and all major organs. Rotation of the bottles provided sufficient oxygen and atmospheric pressure, and scientists hope to extend the period of growth observations to help understand how normal development happens and how it can go wrong. Obviously, this has not been attempted on human embryos. It would violate guidance from the International Society for Stem Cell Research. But look at that little guy. No? You can see the heartbeat.
It's horrifying. I'm gonna have nightmares about that.
I mean, I don't. It's. I feel two ways about it. I feel two ways about it for sure. I mean, on one hand, from a scientific perspective, that's cool as hell. The fact that that's even possible is intriguing in and of itself. But can 100%. You imagine what?
100% agree.
But can you imagine the ethical implications of doing that on a large scale? Or with humans, for that matter?
I don't think we could handle it. I don't think we could trust McDonald's with that technology.
I would tend to agree with that. Are you going to fucking just like, are they going to like grow their own breading and everything?
Why not? And workers to sell it too. No, but right. That could what I see, what I notice is immediately, rather than jokes about McDonald's, is the potential to produce organs. And I realize that exists in stem cells to a certain extent, but this seems to move the needle a little bit faster. To grow organs, new hearts, new lungs, new limbs, that are immediately transplantable and are of the same genetic material as the host. So lifelong drugs in order to limit rejection are not necessary, things of that nature. This is something that we've been striving for a very long time, and this seems like a pretty big leap towards that, in my opinion. So, great news.
I would tend to agree, and I mean, I know that they've been working on figuring out how to like literally, grow organs for people, and understanding how development happens is the first step.
Yeah, it's one of the holy grails, right? It is. It's literally one of the holy grails to be able to take stem cells and 3D print a heart that's transplantable, or a kidney that's transplantable. I mean, you've cured diabetes, you've cured a great lot of heart-related illnesses, right? The risk then becomes the procedure, right? What if you could grow the organ in place? I mean, I don't know. I'm just thinking crazy thoughts now.
I mean, it's not out of the realm of possibility, though. This is just a hurdle we have to get over on the way.
So I don't mean to trivialize it, because it's profound.
Right. I mean, is it creepy? Hell yeah. But
I had to make a joke. I had to. Yeah. Oh, if I ever get a chance to slam corporate America, I do. Oh, sorry. I kind of a one-trick pony.
Well, I don't know about slamming corporate America per se, but we have, we have quite a bit of excerpts today, and then of course we'll discuss it as we go. For those that have missed previous, we've covered so far the first 3 chapters of quotations from Chairman Mao, and now we're going into chapter 4, which is oh shit, what was the title? Chapter, the correct handling of contradictions among the people. Oh, so it's today we're talking about that. I thought we already talked about that. Maybe it was mentioned in a.
We mentioned it, but we never read it because we had more people than we were running long that night.
Fair. What are we at right now?
We're going on 4 hours.
Oh fuck. We were running long that night, eh?
Yep. And at that time we were at 3.5 hours, I think, and we bailed on the reading section at that point.
Gotcha. Well, we'll probably cut this after this. I didn't realize we were already over 4 hours. But I mean, most of the chapter is in these excerpts because I didn't feel like there was anything that could really be taken out. To understand these 2 different types of contradictions correctly, we must first be clear on what is meant by the people and what is meant by the enemy. At the present stage, the period of building socialism, the classes, strata, and social groups which favor, support, and work for the cause of socialist construction all come within the category of the people, while the social forces and groups which resist the socialist revolution and are hostile to or sabotage socialist construction are all enemies of the people. In the conditions prevailing in China today, keep in mind this is 70 fucking years ago, the contradictions among the people comprise the contradictions within the working class, the contradictions within the peasantry, the contradictions within the intelligentsia. Is that how you say that?
Intelligentsia.
Yeah, what he said. The contradictions between the working class and the peasantry, the contradictions between the workers and peasants on the one hand and the intellectuals on the other, the contradictions between the working class and other sections of the working people on the one hand, and the national bourgeoisie on the other, the contradictions within the national bourgeoisie, and so on. Our people's government is one that genuinely represents the people's interests. It is a government that serves the people. Nevertheless, there are still certain contradictions between the government and the people. These include contradictions among the interests of the state, the interests of the collective, and the interests of the individual, between democracy and centralism, between the leadership and the led, and the contradiction arising from the bureaucratic style of work of certain government workers in the relations with the masses. All these are also contradictions among the people. Generally speaking, the people's basic identity of interest underlies the contradictions among the people. Before I go too much farther, I just remembered I wanted to put the link in the chat, so that way, if anybody would like to follow along, there is a free ebook at the Marxist Internet Archives, and the link is in the comments. Okay, moving on. In the political life of our people, how should right be distinguished from wrong in one's words and actions? On the basis of the principles of our Constitution, the will of the overwhelming majority of our people, and the common political positions which have been proclaimed on various occasions by our political parties and groups, we should consider that, broadly speaking, the criteria should be as follows. 1. Words and actions should help to unite and not divide the people of our various nationalities. 2. They should be beneficial and not harmful to socialist transformation and socialist construction. 3. They should help to consolidate and not undermine or weaken the people's democratic dictatorship. Remember that in Marxist terms, a dictatorship is any government. Right now, we live in that terminology under the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie. I don't know about you, but I would rather have a dictatorship of the proletariat or working class. But anyway, I just have to make that distinction every time I come across the word dictatorship because we live in one too. Number 4, they
Yeah.
should help to consolidate and not to undermine or weaken democratic centralism. 5, they should help to strengthen and not discard or weaken the leadership of the Communist Party. 6, they should be beneficial and not harmful to international socialist unity and the unity of the peace-loving people of the world. Of these 6 criteria, the most important are the socialist path and the leadership of the party. I don't know if it's going to be touched on in this chapter or not, but he also talked drastically about how the leadership of the party could never move too far away from the people.
That's perfectly reasonable.
Right. Qualitatively different contradictions can only be resolved by qualitatively different methods. For instance, the contradiction between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie is resolved by the method of socialist revolution. The contradiction between the great masses of the people and the feudal system is resolved by the method of democratic revolution. The contradiction between the colonies and imperialism is resolved by the method of national revolutionary war. The contradiction between the working class and the peasant class in socialist society is resolved by the method of collectivization and mechanization in agriculture. Contradiction within the Communist Party is resolved by the method of criticism and self-criticism, meaning that it should be able to take criticism and criticize itself and actually, fix the problems. Anyway, the contradiction between society and nature is resolved by the method of developing the productive forces. The principle of using different methods to resolve different contradictions is one that Marxist-Leninists must strictly observe. I guess to put it in simpler terms, what's good for the goose is not always good for the gander.
I would definitely agree with that.
You have anything else to say about anything so far?
No, because the first session we had with this, I was prepared, but this one I was not. It's been 35 years since I've read this book.
I feel that. Honestly, this is my first time reading it, and I wanted it to be as part of this. That's why I hadn't... Austin said in the comments earlier, for that matter, that his physical copy of the Little Red Book came today.
Oh, good. I knew you ordered it.
Yeah, I ordered The State and Revolution today, so I would assume that I'll be reading Lenin in the near future.
That one's a bit tougher.
I believe it is, and that's why I wanted to start here.
I think it's wise. That one's a bit tougher. It's not difficult. It's not impossible. It's not like...
It's not like Capital?
Yeah, exactly.
Holy shit. We'll know that we have succeeded if we can actually talk about Capital smoothly.
I don't think I don't think anybody can talk about Capital smoothly, to be honest. But please continue, because this is almost like hearing it for the first time for me. So
nice. Well, good. Well, it probably is somebody else's first time. I don't know if Natalie has read the Little Red Book, or I know Emily hasn't. I know I haven't prior to this. All right, so moving on. The only way to settle questions of an ideological nature or controversial issues among the people is by democratic method, the method of discussion, of criticism, of persuasion and education, and not by the method of coercion or repression. To be able to carry on their production and studies effectively and to arrange their lives properly, the people want their government and those in charge of production and of cultural and educational organizations to issue appropriate orders of an obligatory nature. It is common sense that the maintenance of public order would be impossible without such administrative regulations. Administrative orders and the method of persuasion and education complement each other in resolving contradictions among the people. Even administrative regulations for the maintenance of public order must be accompanied by persuasion and education, for in many cases, regulations alone will not work. I feel like that paragraph has been a sticking point for a lot of right-wing people for a lot of years. They always say that regulations won't work, or that regulations are repressive, but that's exactly what Mao was warning against. Obviously, his government should have probably paid closer attention to this paragraph as well, because they did get repressive. But
Yeah, it got pretty weird at the end.
yeah, for sure.
And remains so today. But how else do you manage that many people?
I don't know. But I mean, with that kind of population, if they got rid of poverty and homelessness,
No, people could make a good case that they didn't, but I'm not trying to take anything right now outside of the context of the words on these pages. There's time to break history down, and we can interpret people's versions of reality afterward.
well, I mean, that's part of what the idea of talking about it is for, is to kind of try to tie it to what's going on today, or tie it to our own struggles, even, actually. That's what the Black Panthers did, and I think that's important, too. Contradiction and struggle are universal and absolute, but the methods of resolving contradictions, that is, the forms of struggle, differ according to the differences in the nature of the contradictions. Some contradictions are characterized by open antagonism, and others are not. In accordance with the concrete development of things, some contradictions, which were originally non-antagonistic, develop into antagonistic ones, while others which were originally antagonistic develop into non-antagonistic ones. We see that just as an example. Look at race in the United States.
Yeah, agreed.
I mean, I still want to know how the fuck it's antagonistic, but it obviously somehow is to some people. In our country, this is back to, quotes from the book. In our country, meaning China, the contradiction between the working class and the bourgeoisie belongs to the category of contradictions among the people. Largely, the class struggle between the two is a class struggle between the ranks of the people, because the Chinese national bourgeoisie has a dual character. In the period of the bourgeois democratic revolution, it had both a revolutionary and a conciliationist side to its character. In the period of the socialist revolution, exploitation of the working class for profit constitutes one side of the character of the national bourgeoisie, while its support of the Constitution and its willingness to accept socialist transformation constitute the other. The national bourgeoisie differs from the imperialists, the landlords, and the bureaucrat capitalists. The contradiction between the national bourgeoisie and the working class is one between the exploiter and the exploited, and is by nature antagonistic. Think of Jeff Bezos versus an Amazon employee. That relationship is ultimately, by nature, antagonistic and exploitative.
Absolutely agreed.
Nevertheless, in the concrete conditions of China, this antagonistic class contradiction can, if properly handled, be transformed into a non-antagonistic one and be resolved by peaceful methods. Note that is the first thing they said about resolving that issue, was accomplishing it through peaceful methods. That was their goal. Obviously, it didn't work out that way, but that's what they were trying to do. However, it will change into a contradiction between ourselves and the enemy if we do not handle it properly, as I just said, and do not follow the policy of uniting with, criticizing, and educating the national bourgeoisie, or if the national bourgeoisie does not accept this policy of ours. Which ultimately the latter, I think, is probably what happened. I'm willing to bet that the bourgeoisie did not want to give up their money and power.
And they still don't.
Exactly. And I think that's why these revolutions even turn violent. All of them wanted peace. All of them did. I mean, from what I can see, I mean, Lenin, as I understand it, in the State and Revolution, talked about how a revolution was a violent act. Yes, and I mean Mao made that same point here, but they also make their point that they wanted it to be resolved through peaceful methods. Anyway, the counter-revolutionary rebellion in Hungary in 1956 was a case of reactionaries inside a socialist country in league with the imperialists, attempting to achieve their conspiratorial aims by taking advantage of contradictions among the people to foment dissension and stir up disorder. The lesson of the Hungarian events merits attention. I actually don't know much about the 1956 rebellion in Hungary. I've never heard of it prior to reading this when I was putting this together.
I agree.
Natalie, glad you warned about Capital. I have heard some recommendations to read first. The reason people recommend it to read first is because that's where it all fucking comes from, ultimately. But there's 4 volumes or 5 volumes of Capital? Something like that. And they're all 400 plus pages. And the vernacular he uses is very difficult to struggle with, I guess, is what I'm getting at. I think it's a good read. I'm not saying that everybody should go out and read all fucking 4 volumes.
974 pages, right?
Yeah. I'm not saying that everybody needs to, but you can probably open up Capital to almost any page and find a passage that you can fit to your daily life. At least that's been my experience. Of course, I haven't literally flipped every page. But anyway, does anybody in the comments have any questions? Or Dean, do you have anything to say?
I think with a lot of works such as this, it's easy to, I mean, very similar to large religious texts. It's just about ambiguous enough to take and apply to everyday life. You can almost find a situation whereby even in your own like little small group sociology or politics at work, you can apply some of the tenets of this thing. It's like how the MBAs came out of college and read The Art of War and immediately started to conquer Wall Street in the 80s, fueled by cocaine. It's a poor analogy, but
I mean, was it the cocaine or was it The Art of War?
probably cocaine. Shit.
Oh, God. No, anyway, Natalie, I recommend small doses of Capital, but don't just crack it at page 1 and start without any background. It's as I was saying, the vernacular he uses is very difficult to take.
Yeah, you have to get an annotated version, and because then it's like reading. It's a lot like reading James Joyce or some similarly ponderous work, and you have to constantly look up these colloquialisms that don't really make sense anymore.
Yeah, that too. I mean, in that note, it's almost like reading Shakespeare.
Yeah, kind of. I'd have to agree.
Except for a little more profound. So we're getting close to the end here, Dean. We've almost made it.
Well, here we are.
Here we are. Don Good News Hughes is not here to give us the good news today.
They're driving.
Yeah, I know. Doesn't mean I'm not going to talk shit. He might hear this later.
Please feel free, and I will join you, perhaps.
So,
and I hope you give me the same treatment when I'm absent.
March 25th, 2021, Bindi Irwin had a baby. For those that don't know who Bindi Irwin is, I can't imagine there's very many people my age. She is the daughter of Steve Irwin, the crocodile hunter. She named her daughter Grace Warrior Irwin Powell. Obviously leaving Irwin as a middle name is a tribute to her father, as is as his warrior, because he was a wildlife warrior. I got some pictures, actually. Hold on. Check that out. And also, check out how much Steve Irwin's son on the far right here. Look at how much he looks like fucking Steve Irwin.
Yeah, it's kind of bananas.
That is insane. But, yeah. No, I felt like this was a piece of good news that people of my generation need. The crocodile hunter legacy lives on. You have any closing statements to make, Bean?
No, other than if you've made it to the end, we are grateful for your tenacity. Your tenacity seems to be a recurring theme today.
Thank you guys for bearing with us. This was a long one. Join us on Thursday for the trial of the Chicago 7. If you do not have access on Netflix, reach out. Somebody will help you figure it out. That'll be at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Thursday, April 1st. Find us all over social media. Most importantly, find us at our website, www.forwearemany.org. Find us on Patreon at patreon.com/forwearemany. Find us on TikTok at @forwearemanypodcast. SoundCloud, I still haven't removed from here. I don't know why. Find us on YouTube. I believe that's For We Are Many Podcast as well. Instagram, For We Are Many Podcast. Twitter, @For We Are Many 2. Facebook, we have a page, we have the support group, we have the mutual aid support group, or mutual aid organizing group, rather. And if you know anybody that wants to join us on the air or try to help us find things to talk about or put articles on our website, or
if you're running for president for the National Green Party,
if you are a candidate
and you want to shame me for my Antifa for Lovers background.
Yeah, I noticed you changed it. What's up with that?
It's a Chicago 7.
Yeah. The real ones, not the movie ones.
Yeah, not the movie ones, right?
Yeah. I mean, actually, it looks like they did the casting pretty well for the most part.
I know, it's kind of bananas how they did that.
That's pretty fair. That's pretty.
Join
fair.
Join us as we take a journey into the Sorkinverse on Thursday.
All right, everybody, have a great night.
Very nice. Very nice. Well, that blows apart the notion that I thought we could, you and I could run a tight hour-and-a-half podcast, man. Holy shit, dude.
How do I
It's awesome.
stop the stream?